just hours away from SmackDown and about 24 hours away from the Royal Rumble. It is just worth mentioning before we get stuck into the various topics that people want to chuck around. It is worth mentioning we will be live tomorrow for the Royal Rumble on Saturday, the 27th. We will be live and we're starting early. So even if you are going to go out and go somewhere else, you're going around a friend's house or going off to one of those pubs that do like kind of big meetups, you can swing by, you can share your thoughts, you can share your predictions. We will be live well before the kickoff show. We'll be live at 9, probably the latest, to be honest. I mean, it's such a big day. It's such a big stream. We are really going to hammer it tomorrow. So, yeah, it's a massive stream. I'm super excited for it. And hopefully see you there. We've said as well, if you haven't yet left a like on that stream, leave a like. Last time I checked, it was almost at 100 likes, which is mental because we tried to get to 1,000. And if we are almost 10% of the way there, that's one hell of a help in order for us to get to 1,000. So very excited about how much support people have shown on that. So thank you so much for that. And as we said, we will be live tomorrow with our Royal Rumble coverage. Let's go down the SmackDown card. You know we always start with that because people watching this stream are going to want to know about what's on SmackDown tonight. So we'll blast down what's on the preview for that, and then we will get into the chat. Okay, we will get into the conversation. Obviously, joking aside, there is lots to discuss. I'm looking at you, Slim Jim, and chuck around and get our teeth into, although not Slim Jims because they hate us. Right, here we go. We've got LA Knight taking on Solo Sikoa. We've got Carlito going up against Santos Escobar. We've got Bobby Lashley and the Street Profits coming face to face with the Final Testament. Now, what's interesting about this, WWE are not referring to them at the moment as the Pride. They're not calling them the Pride. They're calling them still Bobby Lashley and the Street Profits. There was a lot of talk around that Pride name, about that being the new name. And I think Montez even tweeted out a picture of some lions, like a pride of lions, right? So, and I think it even found its way into Bobby's bio. That's been removed from Bobby's bio, and there's been no mention of the Pride, so, and they don't call them the Pride here, but they do call the team they're facing, Carrion's team, they do call those people, those guys, the Final Testament. So I don't know if we're still not sold on the Pride name and if we're still trying to figure out if that's the right way forward, but I thought that was worth mentioning. We've got a title match. It's going to be Kaden and Katana defending their belts against the Kabuki Warriors in genuinely a match that I think is going to be really good. I think it's going to be a really good match. I'm really excited for Kaden and Katana against the Kabuki Warriors. And then we've got Carmelo Hayes against Austin Theory. This is the match that, of course, a few weeks back got ended prematurely because of the way that they clashed heads when they came off the top. So now we're going to run that back. So that'll be interesting because of the history. The Bobby Lashley Street Profits against Final Testament will be interesting because that's had quite a nice build. The women's tag match will be good because genuinely I think it'll be a good match. Carlito going up against Santos Escobar is okay. It's not a match that I'm desperate for, but, you know, makes sense. Storyline-wise, it does make sense. LA Knight going up against Solo Sikoa obviously builds us towards that main event. I must admit, I'm not a fan of that because I'm not a fan of someone that's going after the title, the world title, having to have a match just 24 hours earlier. Like, how is that fair? Like, Randy's not having a match. AJ Styles isn't having a match. Roman's not having a match. So how's this fair to LA Knight? Why is LA Knight got to have a match 24 hours before he's got to then try and win a world championship? So I don't know. It's one of those. You need a big match as your main event. That would strike me as the main event. So, it needs must, I would imagine. But, yeah, I'm not crazy on that. I think the overall card looks okay for a weekly show. Doesn't look like it is anything monstrous. We were talking on Monday about how monstrous Raw looked, and Raw did look monstrous. But this one doesn't have that same feeling. Monday with the Seth segment where he revealed his injury, the Cody and the CM Punk segment, them being face to face, that was super intriguing. There was quite a bit about Monday that grabbed attention. This one, I'm going to be honest, not so much. I think it's really important that we do say how we feel about the card going into it, because if I say I'm really excited for a card like I did Monday, I don't want people to not believe me. I want people to think, well, he doesn't say that all the time. And so this one, I think, looks okay. I think it's okay, but not as good as Monday. But it doesn't matter, because we're 24 hours away from the Royal Rumble, and no one gives a flip about anything else other than the Royal Rumble and all the other news that's doing the rounds at the moment. So, with that being said, let's have a look, see what people want to talk about. Dork Knights said, I'm devastated that Klopp is leaving. I need this Rumble. Yes, let's get into the big news. And the big news is that Jurgen Klopp is leaving Liverpool. He is their manager, has been their manager since 2015. He has brought them much success after a long period of limited success. And, I don't know who you're going to get as manager now. I don't know if it'll be Big Sam Allardyce or if you'll get Gareth Southgate after he's finished with England, or Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's out of a job. I mean, there are definitely options out there for Liverpool and Liverpool fans. I wish you all the best. I think the Championship is a very difficult league. It is a very difficult league. They say it's one of the most competitive in the world. So, you're really going to get tested when you get relegated down to the Championship with, you've got to have some grit. But I think Liverpool will be all right. Couple of years outside the Premier League, they'll bounce back. And, it's going to be a journey. So... But at least you've got the memories, haven't you? At least you like us. I'm only saying this because I'm a bitter Man United fan that also has to live from memories, right? I also have to remember the past. So, a dark day for Liverpool, but a fantastic day for Manchester United. James Chadwick, shout out to you, said Klopp, nah. Hey, goodbye. What I need one of the referees to go, oh, you're out of there. I need a meme, and then Klopp, like, with his head down, trudging off, something like that. I shouldn't have enjoyed this news as much as I've enjoyed it, because I really have enjoyed it. I can only put it down to the fact that the wrestling news has been so awful, and also the fact that Manchester United have been also very awful for many, many years, that just anything that's going to bring me joy at this stage is probably going to hit a lot harder than it usually would. That's all I can put it down to. I can only put it down to that. The fact that I'm a broken, bitter man, and this news has been accepted very, very well in my life. So God bless Liverpool for finding a way of cheering me up. God bless that team. God bless that club. Prince Muller said tonight will give us an idea if the final testament will be something or nothing. I can't wait to see what happens. Do you know, that's an interesting point, because the final testament are very interesting in the sense of we really don't know how they're going to work together. Like Karrion Kross with the Authors of Pain looks good, but how do they gel? Are they going to work as a faction well? Are they going to be on the same page? I mean, I would imagine so, but I don't know quite how it looks. I'm not used to seeing Karrion in a group like this. And the Authors of Pain we haven't seen for years. So I'm interested. We'll have to see how they look. It certainly feels like quite the challenge for Bobby and the Street Profits. I mean, the Street Profits are good, but that's a lot of meat that's standing opposite them, isn't it? That's a lot of beef that's over the other side of the ring. So yeah, tricky, man. Tricky. I'm also interested in it. I can't say it's like, oh my God, I'm freaking out about it. But you're right, I am interested in it. Delwyn, hello. Delwyn says, what a crazy week I've had. Not just wrestling news. I'm also a Liverpool fan. Heartbreak. I am beyond devastated with the news that Klopp is leaving. If you're American, don't follow football, like, you won't know how big this is. I can only put it down to, I don't know, that Bill Check guy leaving. I mean, I don't know much about him, but even I heard that he was leaving the Patriots, I think. So I can only put this down in those kind of terms. You know, this is a manager who, granted, has only been with Liverpool since 2015. So it's not, you know, decades. But the impact that he has had on that club has felt like he's been there for decades. The success that he has brought them is the success that they've craved. And I think with Liverpool, and I might be wrong here, but I can only give you my opinion, my perspective, is it felt like they should and could achieve more. It always felt like they were just a point behind, a step behind, and just always felt like they were that one missing piece away from having a dominant run. You know, like what we've just seen from Man City. It kind of has felt like Liverpool are there or thereabouts, but just always fall short, apart from that one occasion in the Premier League where they actually won it, of course. But they have come so close on so many occasions to winning the Premier League and just being short. And he felt like he was always there or thereabouts. The concern for Liverpool is going to be that when they get a new manager, are they going to feel as close to winning it as they did before? Are you going to feel like you're just one piece away, or will it now feel like two, or will it feel like three? And there's been times in the past where it's felt like 20, and I know because I'm a Man United fan, and it feels about 20 for us right now. So yeah, I can understand the devastation, and I take no joy in it. Delwyn, I need you to know this. I don't really take joy in it. I feel for you. I do also love it, though. Leaving at the end of the season, he won everything. He could win it again this season. Probably won't. Probably fall short. Missing piece. Future is looking bright for Liverpool. I mean, the rest of the season's looking good. Rest of the season's looking good, but let me know once you've got Big Sam in. Big Sam Allardyce, how you feeling then? No, I mean, look, you're going to be fine. You're going to be fine, aren't you? They're going to bring in the best manager that's available. And with rumours of Alonso potentially coming in, I mean, that's a serious manager there. You know, what he's achieved over in Germany, that could be a good addition for you. So, you know, I would look at it more as evolution. I'd look at it as like, you know, you're going to take another step forward. He was never going to stick around forever, so it is what it is. You know, it is what it is, and it's, you know, it's a great day for Man United fans because Klopp is proven, and your next manager won't be proven. You won't know until you actually bring them in if they can do it or not. But we know what you can do with Klopp, so really, it's hard to see you get better under someone else, but it is also possible. But yeah, I feel for you, Delwyn. I appreciate the support. I'm trying my best to sympathise. I'm sure you can see my struggle. But God bless you, my friends. And God bless all the Liverpool fans out there on this very difficult day. Kean said, Days, I hope you are well and having a good stream. I saw the videos on Vince. I'm shocked at what's been said. I'm lost for words. There's an amount of rumours on Xabi Alonso to be Klopp's replacement. Yeah, I don't really know what more I can say on the Vince thing. I think that my approach to the Vince thing is going to be as questions arise on the various different aspects. because there's lots of different ways you can approach the Vince thing, of course. Lots of different little elements, little questions. I think it's just to answer. And, you know, we've always not shied away from controversy, if you will. Like, we don't sit on the fence. We try to give honest thoughts. I've tried to do that all throughout this process, and so I think rather than sitting here and just going, here's everything on Vince, right, I think we'll just kind of work our way around and just kind of address each thing as it pops up. In regards to Xabi Alonso, fantastic manager over in Germany, brilliant manager, and if you end up bringing him in, I think you will still have a very bright future. It's just, the thing you don't know is he going to be better than Klopp? I mean, that seems like a difficult task, to be better than Klopp. So my chances are you're probably going to have like a season or two where it'll be a bit of a wobble, a bit of a kind of getting to know you, but then eventually you might click. And who knows, you could go to a whole new level. So it's out of your control. You know why he's going. He said that he's running out of energy. It's better that he does go if that's the case. But, you know, I understand that it's not going to stop Liverpool fans from being down. Melissa said, what if CM Punk wins the Royal Rumble tomorrow? Roman loses to Randy. Would you be happy, sad, or shocked? I would be all three. If CM Punk wins the Rumble, I will be happy. If Randy wins the title, I will be shocked. And if Roman loses the title, which would be because Randy's just won it, I would be sad. So I would actually be all three. And the reason why is because CM Punk winning the Rumble, I think what I'm looking for him is for him to be a top star. I think we all are, right? I don't have any interest in CM Punk coming in and going to the mid-card or just bobbing around on the sidelines. Like, I want him to be front and center. He doesn't have to be the man, although I think he will be at some point, but he needs to be in the mix. Like, I would expect him to main event night one of WrestleMania. I'd expect him to get his hands on a world title at some point this year. I want him to be, I suppose, treated better than he was last time. He felt like he was pushed to the side last time. He didn't feel that he was the guy last time. And I think he's coming back a bit more mature now. You know, none of us are the same person we were 10 years ago. So I think he's coming back a bit more mature now. But I think that he also is coming back with some wrongs to right, if you will. So him winning the Rumble would be a great statement, I think, in how much WWE are going to invest in him this year. I also think that he would be an exciting, popular winner. I think the questions would be, well, what does this mean about Cody? And to be honest, I think that Cody is someone that needs obstacles in his way. I do not mind waiting for the story to be finished. I don't mind waiting till SummerSlam. I could even wait till next year. For me, Cody is having some real success right now with people desperate for him to finish the story. People really want him to finish the story, and that is perfect. That is exactly where the fans should be, because it will happen. It will happen. We just don't know when. It could be WrestleMania. It could be SummerSlam. It could be WrestleMania 41. Could be Saudi Arabia, for all we know, right? But the fact that they've got the fans caring means they've got them exactly where they want them. I know the argument will be, yeah, but eventually the fans will stop caring. I understand that there is a risk of that, and WWE will have to keep an eye on that, because it is true, people may get bored. You can't run this forever. People will be like, you know what, forget this. But equally, this is where you want the fans right now. You can't worry so much about that, because you've got the fans exactly where you want them. Caring. People genuinely care. People genuinely want him to finish the story. So I don't think him not winning the Rumble is going to change that. I don't think if he doesn't win the Rumble, people will be like, forget this. forget this. I ain't supporting Cody anymore. He can't even win a Rumble. Like, I don't see that being the case at all. So him not winning the Rumble would be fine. I don't know that it gets him to WrestleMania. I have no idea. We don't know when the story's getting finished, but that's part of the beauty of it. I thought it was last year. I thought he was winning at WrestleMania last year, and he didn't. So, you know, it's very hard to know when they're going to pull that trigger, but that is part of the success. In regards to Gunther, I love Gunther. Again, someone that I've no doubt is going to be in the mix. So if he wins, fine. If Cody wins, that would be huge, because that would indicate we're doing Roman Cody. So that would be huge. CM Punk's the one I'm expecting. So any of them, to be honest, I will take and I'd be happy with. You know, the alternative is that someone like, I don't know, someone that we're not that engaged with. I don't know. There's a lot of good options, though. I'm trying to think, like, the years where Alberto Del Rio won. You know, where, like, you know, there's a heel that we just don't care about. Omos wins. Something like that. Omos comes in and Omos wins. But saying that, that would be such a shock. That would be such a shock. That I don't know how I'd feel about it, but I know that I want Cody, I want Punk, or I want Gunther. Those are the three. Or Sammy. Oh my god, if Sammy won it, I'd explode. But he is not going to win it, is he? Clearly. But of the three favourites, I'll take any of the three. So, to be honest, I don't think I'm going to be disappointed with the Rumble. I think you're going to have to really work hard to have the Rumble disappoint me. I think the only way it would disappoint me is if Shane McMahon won the Rumble. If Shane McMahon came down, here come the money, came skipping his way down and won the Rumble, that might do it. That might disappoint me, but other than that, if it's one of the favourites, let's go. The reason I don't want Roman's title reign to end in that Fatal 4-Way is well documented. I don't want it to end in a Fatal 4-Way because I don't think that's the right place for this to end. You know, this is a historic title reign, and I feel like the torch needs to be passed. Someone needs to beat him one-on-one. We've seen lots of Roman matches where people have come real close, and it's always just that little bit of outside interference. Someone interferes, and it costs them the victory. Someone is going to work that out. Someone is going to figure out how to beat Roman and deal with the Bloodline. And when they do, it's going to be an amazing moment. I feel like I would be robbed of that if we were to just change the belt in a Fatal 4-Way. Fatal 4-Way, you get the belt off Roman, and you can even pin Roman, but Roman has got a ready-made excuse of, you know, I was battling three people in the same match. Of course I lost. And you know what? I would agree. I'd be like, yeah, you make a good point. You got to have eyes in the back of your head. If you win a Fatal 4-Way, there is always going to be a degree of luck involved. You know, if you can win a one-on-one match, obviously that is, you know, going to be largely skill. Of course, there will still be some luck, but largely skill. But a Fatal 4-Way is just a mess of a match, you know? It's a spot fest. I don't expect the title to change in that match. If they do it, I think they're only doing it because they're trying to get somewhere. They're doing it because they're looking further down the road, and they're like, well, we want to do Rock Roman, but we don't want the belt involved, and we don't want Roman looking weak. So if we have Randy pin LA Knight, then technically Roman was never pinned. He's not the champ, but he was never pinned, and then we can have him go into the Rock match looking strong. But what I would say to that is, you're really going to throw away this historic title reign just to build to somewhat further down the road. Like, why would you do that? Why would you throw this away? This is a golden opportunity, maybe a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to really pass the torch to someone. This is up there now with beating Undertaker's streak. Like, if you was the one that was going to beat the Undertaker's streak, you was a made man. You was a made person. Like, it was going to be massive for you to win that, as big as a title. In fact, bigger than a title, because there's only one person that was ever going to break that streak, right? And it was Brock. And it was massive, and he used it, and he bragged about it, or Paul Heyman did, for years and years and years. And I think looking at how Brock was booked before compared to how he was booked after, I think he did also benefit from it. I think it was something that did help him. And he stuck around. I mean, you've got to remember that was WrestleMania 30. We're now approaching WrestleMania 40. It was 10 years ago. And Brock is still around. Obviously, the news not being brilliant at the moment. But here we are 10 years later. And we was, up until a few days ago, on the verge of him being in the Royal Rumble match. So I think he was the right person to beat The Undertaker's streak. And it was a massive achievement that he used and bragged about. Are we just going to throw that away for Roman? Are we just going to throw that away in a fatal four-way? Like, I really wouldn't. I think if you want Randy to be champion, then have him beat Roman one-on-one. Do it at Elimination Chamber. Have him beat Roman and switch the title that way. I wouldn't do it in a fatal four-way, personally. I just think this is such a historic title reign. What a disappointing way for it to end. It would be the same as it ending by cash-in. What an awful way for it to end that way as well. If someone came running down and cashed in and it ended via a cash-in. Like, it would be like Undertaker's streak ending by count-out. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, there's things I just definitely would not do. And I think for this Roman one, we watched him go toe-to-toe with Sami, toe-to-toe with Jey Uso, toe-to-toe with Kevin Owens, toe-to-toe with Drew McIntyre, toe-to-toe with Cody Rhodes, toe-to-toe with Sami Zayn, toe-to-toe with Riddle. He's gone, toe-to-toe with loads of different people, all trying to beat him one-on-one, and they've not been able to work it out. For me, you have been planting seeds for years and years and years that person has tried, couldn't do it. That person has tried, couldn't do it. That person has tried, couldn't do it. And all we're waiting for is for the person to come along that can do it, that can figure it out. We've been planting these seeds for years, and now we just throw that away in a fatal four-way. We just... poof, gone. That's it. We never get that moment, because even if he goes one-on-one with The Rock and The Rock figures it out and beats him, he's already lost the belt. He's already lost some of that aura. So for me, I would be shocked that they'd done it. I would be pleased for Randy, because I like Randy. This is no reflection of Randy. But I would be sad that I would feel cheated of that moment. Cheated that I would never see that person that had figured it out, So I'd be happy, I'd be shocked, and I'd be sad. LS Dub, shout out to you. Said, I hope everyone is well. Doing good, buds. I definitely need to get some more of this coffee in me, though, because I am running low on caffeine. Other than that, we're doing good. So Poynton said, I'm back after 3 weeks. I've missed everyone. Days, how are you, my friends? Also, hashtag Slim Jim don't like us. They don't like us. Yeah, so just touching on Slim Jim, what I would say is I understand their position. I do have some slightly mixed feelings on it, because I think they are making more out of this than they need to. Like, I really haven't seen many wrestling fans questioning whether they should watch the show or whether they should cancel the WWE network, right? I think we're quite comfortable, or I feel comfortable, that this is stuff that has happened a long time ago. The company is a different company now. Vince is obviously well away from the day-to-day. He's in a boardroom at TKO. And so, for me, I feel comfortable that we're talking about things that, granted, were only just a few years ago, but we are talking about a different time, a different company. The company's been sold since then. Endeavor, TKO, Triple H in charge of creative. I mean, Kevin Dunn has left. The CEO of the company is not Vince now, it's Nick Khan. Like, there's been such monumental change that I don't feel uncomfortable about sitting here watching SmackDown. I don't feel uncomfortable tuning into the Royal Rumble or continuing to support WWE, right? I saw a lot more people asking this question around Saudi Arabia. When they went to Saudi Arabia, there was a lot of people going, do I need to cancel the network? In fact, there's been a few times that we've seen hashtag cancel WWE network, and that has not shown itself this time. I haven't seen that trending. I've not seen a campaign for that. I've not had people contacting me saying that are you watching the Rumble still? Or I've not seen any of this, right? I've not heard of Wrestle Talks watch party having people asking for refunds or anything like this. So the point I'm making is, I think as wrestling fans, by and large, and when I say that, I mean the majority. I mean, I can't even find a minority. I'm sure there are some. I can't say there aren't. I'm sure if I looked on X, I would find some examples. But I don't know, 95%, 98% of wrestling fans seem very comfortable about just watching the Rumble, continuing to watch SmackDown, excited for WrestleMania 40. So for Slim Jim to kind of come along and go, no, we don't want to be associated with this, it is a little bit of a kick in the teeth to the rest of us. Like, well, hang on, what are you saying? Like, are you questioning our morals? Like, what's going on here? Like, I can sort of understand they're a business, and for them, you know, there could be backlash, whereas for us, we're just individuals. So there's not really a backlash for us, is there? I mean, if we want to watch the show, we'll watch the show. There's not, like, financial peril, right? So they are in a different situation. I do grant them that. But I do also think that their stance is one that is at odds with wrestling fans. And I also think it's not a great message to send to wrestling fans. It is a message of, we can't support you at the moment. It is a message of, we can't stand with this company, which I don't know about you, definitely made me go, well, how does that make me feel? All of a sudden now you're making me question how I feel about it. Well, I feel all right, to be honest, for the reasons I've said. You know, maybe I would feel different if this was a few years ago. Vince was CEO. There was no TKO. There was no Endeavor. Vince was still in charge. And maybe you felt the same culture could still exist. It's a brand new headquarters. Loads of people have been let go, replaced, right? New CEO, new head of creative, new parent company. All of this since, you know, in the past couple of years. I mean, it's been a wild couple of years. And for all those reasons that I've just stated, yeah, I do ask myself that question. I feel fine with watching the Rumble. I feel fine with watching SmackDown. But Slim Jim's stance has definitely made me question that. And I wouldn't have questioned it if it wasn't for their position, if it wasn't for them pulling out of their support. So the Slim Jim thing, I think, is really, really interesting. Really interesting. Because let's not get it mixed up. As I said during this monologue, I understand their position in the sense of they are a business that has to protect themselves. They can choose who they want to advertise with. And if there's any controversy, then maybe their policy is, no, we'll pause for now, thank you. We'll pause for now. And from a business, you might go, makes sense. Makes sense. But I can't help but feel that is at odds with how wrestling fans feel. And I can't help but feel that that is also, maybe to wrestling fans, not a good look of support, you know? So you was with us, right? You was going to advertise this weekend. And you was going to, you know, make out that you're a big supporter of pro wrestling and WWE. But you can't do it now. Now you've decided that you can't do that. I don't know what that message looks like. Perhaps their thought is, well, even if it looks not great to the wrestling fans, it's more important. That's not our audience. Like, that's part of our audience, but we've got such a bigger non-wrestling fan base, we need to send the right message to them. They're the ones we're worried about. They will see the talk about Vince and the allegations, and the non-wrestling fans may ask, why are you supporting that company? So maybe their position this time is a position of, we're not going to worry about how we look to the wrestling fans right now, because once we come back, they'll love us again anyway. We're going to worry a bit more about the people that aren't wrestling fans, that only read the headline, right? Vince caught up in sexual trafficking, sex assaults, allegations. And obviously then going to want to know why we're sponsoring WWE. We're going to worry about them instead. Which, from that perspective, you can then go, okay, I see what you're saying. I understand why you've took the position you've took. But I think you need to know that to some wrestling fans, not all, but to some wrestling fans, it might not be a position that is agreed with, you know? Might be a position that's not really agreed with. I don't think, like, pulling out is... I think it's just done to send a message to the shareholders. Their shareholders. I don't even know if they're on the stock market, but if they are, that's why, you know, they are just trying to send a message of, you know... In fact, they did put a statement out. So I know what they're trying to do because they told us. We might as well read that so that we can see exactly what they've said. They do talk about their values, the values of Slim Jim, values that we should all live our life by. The values of Slim Jim. Right. It said Slim Jim values integrity and respect in all of our partnerships. Given the recent disturbing allegations against Vince McMahon, at this time we've decided to pause our promotional activities with WWE. And I think that's a key word as well. I must admit, I read that and I did like the word pause, because it does suggest that they are nervous about these allegations, and understandably so. I think we all are. And so they are just going to pause supporting the company till they know what the result is, right? This decision reflects our commitment to our brand values and responsibility to our community. We will continue to monitor the situation and base our future engagements on our values and what's best for our brand. I think for a lot of wrestling fans, Vince is now very much away from the day-to-day. Is he still connected with the company? Yes, he is, right? So in that regard, you can see where they're coming from. But he is nowhere near as involved with creative and kind of what we're seeing as what he used to be. But I suppose in a way we know this because we are die-hard wrestling fans. We know this. Whereas your average Joe, their community, as they refer to their supporters, buyers, customers, that's the word I was after, their community might not have that same level of knowledge. So as I said, I think this is a move to send the right message to more the non-wrestling fans than the wrestling fans in their community. I don't know what message it sends to the wrestling fans in their community. That's all I would question. I'm sure this was not a decision they took lightly. I'm sure that they had to give it some consideration. I have been asked the question, will this lead to others taking a similar course of action? And my answer is, we don't know. Because I think everyone is probably questioning how they feel about WWE now and how they feel about supporting and watching, right? I've questioned it. I feel fine. I do. I feel fine. I'm not a hypocrite. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, I'm nervous, I'm not sure, and then go and watch Royal Rumble, right? And do reaction videos and everything. Like, I feel fine with supporting it. Vince is to the side, TKO, Endeavor, Nick Khan, Rock's come in, you know. And, you know, again, maybe The Rock came in and the timing of that was, you know, not coincidental. So, yeah, I suppose I'm conflicted That's the headline. I'm conflicted with the Slim Jim thing because part of me, as someone that is still watching WWE, thinks, well, if I'm still watching WWE, why can't you still support WWE? So I have that opinion, but then I do have the other opinion of, I do understand that to your non-wrestling fans, this is a statement that you might have to make. This is a position you might have to take because there is a lot of noise around this and there is a lot of confusion. And this is the kind of thing that I could understand the company going, not sure I want to be a part of that right now. So I like the pause word that's in there, you know? I like the pause word. So I am conflicted with it. I suppose there's a lot about this which is very difficult to get your head around. But yeah, I kind of was caught off guard. I didn't expect them to pull out, but we'll have to see if it leads to others dropping out. And you know, I don't know if like Vince being suspended and that message coming out, Vince is going to have to step away or something like that. Then well, we'll see. We'll see what comes of it. I wouldn't be surprised if Vince is suspended during this trial. Hopefully that'll do enough to please the advertisers and sponsors. And then if he's found not guilty, or, you know, there's a innocence there or whatever, he's found innocent, or I don't know what the process would be with that. I'm trying to think, like, how would it look if he paid it off and there was a settlement? Like, how would that look? I don't think that would really... I don't know if that would please the... I don't know if he's got to be found not guilty. I don't know. In order to please people. But to be honest, I don't think that would please people either. I think that it's a very tricky situation. So, is there just too much smoke now where he's just got to go regardless? But don't you think it's a sad world where that's the case? Like, regardless... he's got to go. Doesn't matter if he did it or didn't do it. He's got to go. That doesn't strike me as right. That doesn't strike me as like a constructive. Again, I put yourself in that situation. Imagine it was you. Imagine it was you and you was accused of something, and if you was innocent, it doesn't matter. You've still got to go because the noise is just too intense. Doesn't sit right with me. That doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right, does it? So I don't know. I think suspend him and then investigate and go to court, and we'll just have to see. Rather than playing out every scenario, let's just see. Let's just see how it plays out. So lots of thoughts in there. Supportington, appreciate the question and appreciate the membership gift, which I'm sure was snapped up. George Adams said, Days, do you think Lesnar will be in the Rumble? I don't, but no. I don't think he'll be in the Rumble. I don't mind. I mean, we've just said about, like, Vince, if he is innocent, big if, right? Huge, right? Fills the screen. Massive if. If he's innocent, then I don't think it's right that he's removed permanently. I don't think that's right. If he's innocent, okay? Proving innocence is going to be very difficult. I think proving guilt is going to be very difficult because a lot of this is going to be he said, she said, right? So the whole thing is going to be messy, uncomfortable. It's just horrible. The whole thing's horrible. So I think that's a situation where he needs to be suspended. He needs to be away from the company. He needs to, like, you know, go and sort that out. And then, you know, maybe then he can come back depending on what the findings are. I think the same has to be true of Brock in the sense of he's involved in this. And so he needs to go away for a while, probably until this concludes. And then, you know, depending on what's found, that'll decide as to whether we can bring him back. Because the crowd are not going to react to him. Like, God only knows how the crowd are going to react to him. God only knows, you know? And it's... WWE do need to distance themselves from this as much as they can. Because they want to focus on the Rumble and family entertainment. and putting smiles on your face, right? They don't want anything to do with this stuff that came out. Of course they don't. They want to distance themselves from that. Having Brock involved is not going to distance from it, right? It's only going to remind. So I can't see any way that he's in the Rumble. I can't see any way that he's at WrestleMania. Can't see any way. Because how? How can he be? You can't have that reminder around. You can't. This is so heavy and important, and you just can't run that risk. So I can't see any way. I don't expect him now. I thought he would be, but Aaron said, very quiet day for news yesterday. Yep. Till I opened X. Aaron was at home chilling, and everything was great and quiet, and then he went on X, and his whole world changed. Also, Klopp leading is very fantastic. I mean, sad. What a legend. Jim was so slim. R.I.P. Let's enjoy the Rumble. And you know what? That's right there what it's about. I agree with you. Let's enjoy the Rumble. I'm not saying let's not talk about Vince. We're going to. We're going to have to. And let's not talk about the allegations. Let's not talk about Slim Jim. Like, we're going to. We're going to have to, right? There's no way that we can do hours and hours of streams without these topics coming up, right? So we're going to have to at times. But you're absolutely right. The primary focus should be the Rumble. That should be everyone's primary focus. Because that is, what this is all about. Pro wrestling is about entertainment, putting smiles on people's faces. It's about enjoying yourself and getting lost in who can win. And when you know who wins, what does that mean? And so that's where our focus should be, is on all of that. And I will do my very, very best to make sure that tomorrow's stream in particular is very Rumble focused. But undoubtedly, there'll be the odd Vince question that comes in, whatever. But we'll do our best. We really will try to answer it and move on. I'm not saying I'm trying to avoid it. I'm really not. That's why we're spending all this time talking about it, and we'll continue to as and when various questions come in. I'm not running from it. I'm not hiding from it. I ain't got nothing to run or hide from. So we can talk about it. But I understand the mentality of it's the Rumble. Everyone loves the Rumble, man. It's one of the best shows. It's one of the most exciting shows. Let's not get robbed of the Rumble by this news that's dropped. That's, I think, the message. Let's not let this news, which I know is graphic and detailed and just conjures up so many questions. Of course it does. It does in all of us. But let's not allow that to steal the Rumble away from us, because who doesn't love the Royal Rumble? So I agree with Aaron. Let's enjoy the Rumble heart emoji. Aaron, shout out to you, bud. Ryan Gambler said, what's your opinion of Brock Lesnar? My opinion of Brock Lesnar hasn't changed. My opinion of Vince hasn't changed. I said this during my video yesterday. I still stand by every word, in the sense of these allegations, we didn't know the detail, right? We didn't know that Brock was involved, but we did know that Vince was alleged to have raped somebody. That's one of the allegations, right? Not from yesterday, but that's one of the other allegations from a different woman, right? So knowing that he was alleged to have raped somebody, I would have to think your feelings of uncomfortableness, if that's a word, the way that you feel about Vince, I've got to think that was pretty uncomfortable anyway. I can't imagine that you felt brilliant about Vince and then this news hit and now he's the devil, right? I can't imagine that happened. I think it probably did for some that didn't know about the original allegations. Maybe have only just got into wrestling or haven't been following this story. But Vince has been accused of horrific, serious stuff for a long, long time. It's just that now we're getting some of the detail behind some of the allegations, right? So we're starting to find out like some of the detail side of things. But I felt uncomfortable about Vince anyway. I've said before, I feel uncomfortable about Vince. What I don't feel in regards to Vince is I don't feel like, oh, he's like, you know, he's the devil and all this kind of stuff, because I don't know that he's guilty. And I will not convict someone like just without seeing evidence and seeing a court case and them having their say. The one side, her side, have put out, was it like 80 pages of text? 80 pages that her side of the, literally the detail in there is like bang, bang, bang. I met him in 2019. I was doing this, blah, 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 blah. It is so detailed. There's like 80 pages worth of stuff in there that you can dig into and pull stuff out and go, oh, what's that? So that's her side. What's Vince's side? Was it an 80-page response? No, it was a spokesman with about 3 sentences, right? We have not heard both sides on this. I can tell you Vince has come out and we've got his statement, right? I tweeted it out. Vince's statement said, where is it? I read it yesterday. Oh man, there's so much on our account. Our X account is so good now. Here, this lawsuit is replete with lies, obscene made-up instances that never occurred, and a vindictive distortion of the truth. He will vigorously defend himself. So that's what Vince has said. Lies, made up, complete nonsense, obscene, made-up instances that never occurred. So, how can you take a side in this? You can't. How can you? I can't. I can't say that she's lying. I can't say that he's guilty. I can't say anything. So, and I wouldn't want to. I'm a neutral baby. I'm standing right in the middle on this. I am literally standing going, I don't know. Is he guilty? I don't know. How do I know? I wasn't there. Is she lying? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe this happened. Maybe some of this happened. Maybe it was done in a different context. I don't know. But I don't see how anyone can turn around and pick a side in this. I just don't. Who was there? Was you there? I wasn't there. How can you? So, for me, I look at this and I feel uncomfortable. There's a lot of allegations against Vince. The only thing I would say about that, though, is that Vince, over the years, has hired 100,000 people? I have no idea. He's got offices all over the world. I know there's an office in the UK, offices in America. So, you know, he's hired people all over the world. He must have had 100,000 employees. If there's 5 disgruntled employees that are coming out to make, you know, accusations against him, considering he's a billionaire, like, I don't know. All of a sudden, when you put it into that sort of perspective, I don't know that it seems as strange, right? I don't know that it seems as strange, because you're talking about someone that's, you know, cutthroat, someone that is quite happy firing people, budget cuts and all this kind of stuff. There's plenty of people that have got bad feelings towards Vince. There's plenty of people out there that have bad feelings. We have no idea as to whether some of those people have now, you know, tried to financially take advantage of him. I am not saying, let's be crystal. I am not saying that's what's happened here. That is not what I've just said, right? Don't you go try and twist in my words. That is not what I have just said. What I just said is we don't know that people won't do that. I'm not saying these have. We're saying that we don't know that people won't do that. There are disgruntled people out there that he has let go. He is in a very different position to you or me. If I had 5 women accusing me of sexual assault and stuff like that, that would be a new, that would be like, you know, I haven't got hundreds of thousands of people that I've employed. I'm not a billionaire, right? There's not really anything to gain by making those accusations against me. So that might look different. But to Vince, I don't know. I keep coming back to the I don't know, because I wasn't there. But this is why this very judgmental, he definitely did it, right? Or she's definitely lying kind of stance. I can't get with that. I can't understand that. That doesn't compute to me. My morals are very clear. My morals are investigate and go to a court of law, and then have both sides heard, and then have a jury or a judge decide from the evidence provided whether like this happened or didn't happen. There is no way you can do that just by what we've seen on social media. There's no way. So I don't know that he's guilty. I don't know that Brock is guilty. I don't know that she is telling the truth, right? She very well could be. She could be. She absolutely could be. Every single word that she has said could be 100% the truth. Could be. Or every single word could be a lie. I mean, it's just, I don't know. No one does. So you have to figure out where do you stand on it and what your stance is going to be. And mine is very clear. I'm right in the middle. I'm holding my hands up saying I weren't there, I don't know. And when asked about how do you feel about Brock, how do you feel about Vince, how do you feel about John Laurinaitis, the answer is nervous, uncomfortable. Uncomfortable. Because this whole thing is uncomfortable and it needs sorting. So this is why Brock can't be around. He can't be in the Rumble. He can't be at WrestleMania. Vince can't be around. He can't be at WrestleMania 40. It's uncomfortable. Because until we've established the truth here and we know exactly what has happened, it's uncomfortable. So, again, that brings me back to Slim Jim, where you go, of course they've pulled out. Of course they've gone because it's uncomfortable and they're trying to protect their brand, right? So, of course. But look at the names that I just mentioned. Brock, Vince, John Laurinaitis, right? Well, Brock's probably not going to be at the Rumble. Vince is well away from the day-to-day. And John Laurinaitis no longer works at WWE. Add in all the changes like Endeavor, like TKO, like Nick Khan, The Rock coming on board, Triple H being in charge of creative. This is why I'm not uncomfortable watching the show. I'm not uncomfortable supporting WWE. And I'm not uncomfortable watching SmackDown or the Rumble, but I would be uncomfortable if Vince came walking out. I would be uncomfortable if Brock came walking out. I would be uncomfortable if John Laurinaitis came walking out, right? And I don't think I'm alone in that. I don't think that other people wouldn't feel the same. I think people would feel uncomfortable. This needs to be looked into. It needs to be investigated. So, Ryan, I hope that answered your question. PDX Greg, shout out to you, buds. Hope you are well. Appreciate the support. Cal said, Law and Crime Network with 5 million subs have got an interview coming up with Grant's lawyer. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. And very bad news for WWE. Did you see that? Everyone will be watching that. Did you see, actually, just going back to what we were talking about, Slim Jim thing here. So there was a big thing in the case filing that said that this Janelle woman had never been contacted. This investigation was a sham. And this Janelle woman had never been contacted. So how could this be a proper investigation? So you know that WWE did an internal investigation. Well, in there it said, you know, that they hadn't contacted her. We have now heard, I'll just read it. In fact, I'll put it up on screen. There's no point reading it when I can show it. And this is from, what website's this? PW Insider. So this is PW Insider. New York Times coverage of the lawsuit filed by Janelle Grant yesterday against WWE, Vince McMahon and John Laurinaitis featured comments from Jeff Speed, who quit the WWE board of directors in January 2023 when McMahon returned to the company, but helped lead the investigation into him when the initial allegations of McMahon's actions were brought to the board's attention. Responding to the allegation made in the lawsuit that no one from WWE had communications with Janelle Grant, who in the lawsuit described herself as willing to take part in a conversation, Speed stated they did indeed reach out to Grant. They did reach out to her. In a statement sent to law firm Simpson, Thatcher and Bartlett, Speed commented, "I remain confident in our investigation, which included outreach to Miss Grant and engagement with her lawyer." Speed also stated that he acknowledges the horrific nature of the allegations brought by Grant via her lawsuit, but was not at liberty to comment on what was and was not learned during the investigation. So that is really interesting because, you know, look at what we're seeing now. We're seeing something in that massive 80-page lawsuit, the text that was in there, where she said, "No one reached out to me for WWE's investigation. How could that investigation be a real investigation if no one's going to talk to me?" Which people picked up on, and that was going all over X. Like, look at this, can't believe it. WWE covered it up, blah, 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 right? Again, taking one side, but that's how X works. And so now we've got this other side coming out going, hang on, that's not true. We did try to contact you. We did reach out to you during this investigation. So, you know, whatever she says, I've no doubt will be contested by the other side. And this is the danger of just reading one side and not getting the other side's perspective. This is why X is just a complete cesspool. It's just, honestly, it's just worth avoiding for these kinds of topics. X is full of kids, it's full of bots, it's full of people that have got mental challenges, it's full of people that are irrational. It has got some level-headed people on there, but you do have to wade through a lot of other stuff in order to get to anything that might be useful. And so, you know, this is why social media is a flawed concept when it comes to serious issues like this. There was a tweet, actually. I don't know if you saw this tweet, but I retweeted it out because I agree with this person. I really do. And I think they've got some really good advice that I think all of us could take on board. This Jordan Patsu here, look, said, "A lot of wrestling fans don't have the capacity to discuss serious real-world issues like grown adults," right? What I would say to that is, I think the reason for that is because there's a lot of kids that are into wrestling. There's a lot of kids that are on social media. I think we're not dealing with grown adults. I think there are a lot of people that do have like mental health struggles, and I'm not talking about everybody here. I'm just saying that there are people that are not capable of dealing with something like this and responding in a way that I think is mature, right? And I think we're dealing with a lot of stuff, and we're dealing with a lot of bots. I think didn't Elon find out that 20% of all accounts are bots, which means 1 in 5 comments that you see is completely made up by a complete fabricated, not real human. I'm sure it was about 20%. Let's have a look. How many bots did Elon claim were on Twitter? Let's have a look. Oh, well, actually, scrap that. Because look at this. We checked his claim. Musk's team alleged it was 33%, so that would be 1 in 3. He distanced himself. 20% is now what they claim. So he was claiming 33, and now he's claiming actually it looks like it's more 20%. So it's, you know, it's a lot. There's a lot of stuff you see on social media that is not coming from a real human as well, which is mental, isn't it? It's wrong, isn't it? I mean, how do we live in a world like this? How have we managed to fall into this trap where what we're seeing is not reality? How's that? What's going on? What is this? So he said, look, a lot of wrestling fans don't have the capacity to discuss serious real-world issues like grown adults. Everyone has got a compulsion to share a hot take or get their shiz off whilst reacting to news, regardless of how trivial or serious it is. Sometimes the best thing you can do is shut the F up. I wish some of you had exercised that right today. And, you know, I mean, to be honest, you know, even I read that and think, yeah, maybe I talk too much as well. But I think my position of being in the middle, which is what I'm trying and have tried all throughout to convey, right? I'm not taking a side because I don't know what happened. I don't think that is a negative position to take. I feel like that's in line with the courts. I feel like that's in line with society. I feel like that's how it's meant to work. But, you know, everyone's going to have opinion as well. People are going to believe they've got a take. And if you do, that's up to you. That's absolutely fine. That's up to you. I can't go with either side because I've made my position clear. I'm in the middle. I stand in the middle. I feel uncomfortable with Vince on TV. I feel uncomfortable with Brock on TV. I wouldn't have them on TV until we've tried to establish what actually went down. So there's not going to be much more that we can say, to be honest. Other than that, I think the position is very clear. I think I was quite clear in the videos as well. There was a real good response to those. That's the kind of thing which is such a emotional, controversial topic. Just like this stream, I suppose. We're talking about topics that are about as serious as it gets. And there's going to be a lot of emotion. And there's going to be a lot of opinion. And that's absolutely fine. So, you know, these kinds of streams, videos, this is where you might see an increase in dislikes. Actually, our like to dislike ratio for the videos we did was in line with every other video we do. So it suggested that we got the tone right. The messaging was right. You know, we're not looking to offend. We're not trying to upset. I have no interest in doing that. I'm not a shock jock, right? I'm not the second coming of Howard Stern. I'm just trying to share honest thoughts, honest opinions from a place which I think largely would be in the middle. So, yeah, I thought that was interesting to share that something had already been contested in that lawsuit from Vince's side. And I think we're going to see a lot of that. I mean, you know, if what Cal's saying is that they're going to go onto the Law and Crime Network, that's going to be a big moment. And again, you know, something like that will just sway public opinion again. So the lawyer will go on, the news of that will be everywhere. And then, of course, that will sway public opinion in that direction. I've got no doubt then that if Vince's lawyers went on to contest it and shoot down some of these, I have no doubt the public opinion would then swing slightly more towards the other direction. Like, public opinion is just constantly swinging about. Right now, I think it's very firmly on her side because of the fact she's provided an 80-page lawsuit that's very detailed. But, you know, we haven't heard the response yet, so I know that stance of, like, believe the victim stance, right? I do believe in that, in the sense of there was... I saw a report where it said that women were really struggling with reporting these instances because they would go into, like, police stations and they would go to authority figures and they basically would be dismissed and they would basically be like, well, prove it. And these things can be very difficult to prove. So I think it's right that she is supported. I think it's right that she is given the room to make her statements and given the support to make her statements, because again, she could be telling the absolute truth. She could be telling the absolute truth. So I think it is important that she's given that space. She's given that support. And I have no problem with that. Why would I? I have no problem with that whatsoever. For me, that's what believing the victim. That's what it looks like in real worlds, right? That's what it looks like. It doesn't, to me, mean that we just accept every word she says as gospel and that's it. We don't question it. Otherwise, why would we have courts? Why would we even bother with courts? Why would we have defense lawyers? We'd just get rid of them, right? Because we just believe everything that she said and that's it. Done. Put him away. Lock him up, right? But clearly we're not going to do that. There has to be a court case. But it is true that women do find this very difficult to come forward. So I think the support should be there for her, and I really hope it is, and I feel like it is. And the space for her to say whatever it is she wants to say, and the allegations that she wants to, put out there. Because if she's telling the truth, and she very well could be, what a horrific thing for her to go through. But also, even now, because think of her friends and family that are now seeing her having to go public with putting this stuff out there, You can understand why there is so much sympathy and support for her. And I have no issue with that. Why would I? Why would anyone? Like this is a horrific thing to be alleging. It's a horrific thing to say has happened, It really, a very difficult thing for I think some to even face and have a conversation about. But for me, I just think give her the space, give her the support. That's what that means, which I feel like she's had and is continuing to have. So, brilliant. But now this is where clearly there's going to be a response now. And we've started to see that with statements coming out from Vince's side. And I think that's going to now continue, because if their lawyer's going on to Crime Law and Crime Network, there's going to be a response to the stuff that's raised, because this is now playing out in the public eye, right? This is now playing out in the public eye, which is... I just can't even figure out how TKO or Vince have allowed this to happen, to be honest. How that $3 million wasn't paid, I will never understand. If I was a defense lawyer, that genuinely would be a big area I would focus on. I really would ask that question. Because she had accepted $3 million to go away and continue with her life. That is what she was willing to agree to, right? Was $3 million, and she was going to move on, right? And so none of this would have played out in the public eye. None of these allegations would have come out. TKO don't need this. Slim Jim don't need this. Vince doesn't need this. The McMahons don't need this. I doubt she needs this coming all out now in the public eye. And it was going to cost $3 million to prevent it, which to a billionaire like Vince, a billionaire who's already recently cashed out some shares. It's not like he hasn't got any actual money. He cashed out how much worth of shares just not that long ago? He is $3 million to him is like 30 cents to you, 30p to me, right? It's pocket change. It's nothing. So how has those payments not been paid? How? If I'm a defense lawyer, this is my first question. How are we even here? Why is this even happening? How? Because there was an agreement that this would not come out, these allegations, and the agreement was that she would take the $3 million. How is this happening? How is this happening? How has that money not been paid? What's gone on? I have no idea. Again, I'm in the middle. I don't know. I don't have an answer. If anyone's looking for answers, I don't have them. I've got plenty of questions, but I don't have the answers. But I hope that at some point we do get an answer to that, because how? Just how? No, TKO would pay it. Ari Emanuel would pay it out of his own pocket, I'm sure, because this is so damaging. This is more damaging than $3 million. I don't even know how much it's cost them with Slim Jim. How much was Slim Jim? But Slim Jim alone might be worth, X amount of million. I don't have no idea. So losing Slim Jim alone is going to be a cost. What if others follow? What if the Netflix deal fell through? Yeah, I mean, this is I just cannot fathom it. I cannot fathom it. I don't know how we've got here. Matthew said, what are your thoughts on Logan Paul's title reign? He's promoted it well on his socials. I just expected more appearances on SmackDown. I think Logan's title reign has been what I expected. Logan should never have been a champion. He has not put in enough work to be a champion. Him working at a performance center, right, and doing a few bits and bobs to get ready for, a handful of matches a year, 2-3 matches a year, is not the same level work as LA Knight has put in over a 25-year career or whatever. I mean, it's just not compatible. It's not the same. So to me, he has not done enough to be a champion in WWE. But the reason why we did it is because of his platform. He's got a big platform. And so, that's the only reason he would have it. So I'm glad that he's promoted it on his social networks. It's the only reason he's got the belt, is so that he can put it on his podcast, do stuff with it on his Twitter account. WWE are basically loaning him the belt and making him champion so that they can use his followers, his platforms, which are sizable, to promote the brand. It's a dirty business, isn't it? He's not there on merit. He's not there on skill. He's there on promotion. So I'm glad that he's done a good job on socials. It's the only reason he's got the belt. He has not defended since winning. His first title defense since, was it SummerSlam? I can't even remember when he won the belt. Or was it Survivor Series? Whenever, right? Whenever he won the belt. I don't think it was SummerSlam. That was too long ago. I'm sure it was... I'm sure they said it was coming up to like 70 days. So I think it was a good few months ago now. I think we're probably going back to like October time. Something like this. He is not defended since. So you can't judge his title reign. What can we judge it on? The match he won it in. And then the fact he's not defended it for 70 odd days. It's a joke, but it's meant to annoy you. That's the point. He tried to trade the belt for a Super Bowl ring. He showered in the belt. I think he said that he had engaged in nightly activities with his partner with the belt as well. He got asked a question about who the first or previous champs were. He couldn't name any. Right? All of those things, and I think the fact he's not defended, are all designed to upset wrestling fans. They're all designed to upset wrestling fans. And we knew they would do it. They're right to do it, right? Because basically what we're waiting for is we're waiting for a baby face now to come along and save the day. We're waiting for someone to restore the pride and the honor into the belt, right? He will go down as a bit of a joke, in the sense of his run was one of the worst runs, or certainly is at the moment, because there is no run. He's just hijacked the belt. He's won the belt, and he's hijacked the belt. There's a chance he'll get past Kevin, and then I think maybe compete at Elimination Chamber, but if not, I expect him to lose it to LA Knight at WrestleMania, and that'll be it. That'll be the end of Logan Paul's title reign, one title defense at Royal Rumble, which I think he will get past Kevin, but I think it'll be outside interference. I'm thinking Theory, Grayson Waller, those guys will help Logan out. So yeah, I think it's a hard thing. You can't judge his in-ring. There's been literally no matches. In regards to him winding up wrestling fans, annoying wrestling fans, I think they were pretty wound up and annoyed anyway, to be honest. I don't know that this has added to that. But undeniable, wrestling fans would like to see that belt on someone else. So in that regard, it's doing its job. So I don't know. I don't really have much positive things to say. The only thing I would say is that he is a quick learner. He's very athletic. His matches have delivered, the ones that he's had. I think he has definitely impressed, and that could be even an understatement. So I think that his career in WWE is not seen as a joke, even if this title reign is. I just find him very frustrating. I just find him very, very frustrating because you've got someone there with all this natural ability who's clearly good at this and gifted, who's excellent on the mic and is capable of having good matches after only very limited training. So you just think, man, what would he achieve if he went to NXT and he went through the system, you know, and he did it full time and he did the house shows and he put the work in for real. But in order to do that, he would have to choose wrestling over money, over other deals, over other appearances. He'd have to put wrestling first. And I can understand with the money that is in his life how that would be a difficult thing for him to do. But I just find it very frustrating. You've got someone there that really could be something special and really could be, you know, a WrestleMania main eventer. I mean, he could be, you know, working his way through the system and could get to a level that he might never reach, unfortunately, if he was to really dedicate himself. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really have much good to say. He comes in for certain shows and he does it to boost the numbers because Logan fans that don't normally watch might tune in. And he does it for that reason. He also helps WWE kind of fit in with where culture is right now, which is important, you know, helps WWE appear relevant, helps them appeal to that younger demo as well, because we know that Logan's got a younger demo. So from a business point of view, it makes sense. And, you know, thankfully his in-ring matches have been good, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, for me, if I never saw him again, it would not be a problem. It's, you know, there are so many great wrestlers that we've got around that I would like to see get opportunity. That if Logan was to lose at WrestleMania and then not be seen again, I don't think there'd be too much heartbreak. So that's my feelings on Logan. Maybe not the positive reaction some people would expect, but I just find him very frustrating. He is very talented. I will say that. He's very talented, and he could absolutely do this. He is doing this. But it just leaves you going, oh, why doesn't he just dedicate himself to this then? But as we said, the money involved is very significant, isn't it? Right. So Matthew, shout out to you. Delwyn said, what are your thoughts on Logan renewing his contract? Could it be full-time? If the contract is renewed, it's about to be full-time. He's done a good job in ring, but I'd like to see him full-time and what that means. Well, I don't know about Logan and a renewed contract, and I certainly don't know about him renewing full-time. I mean, it would be a full-time contract. So he says that he is now full-time with WWE after penning a new contract, right? But they've put that in brackets. He said, if this is going to be full-time, maybe I stop treating it like a hobby. So, naturally, with this being pro wrestling, he wasn't just revealing a new deal. He also revealed altercation with Kevin Owens. We saw that. It's interesting. He calls this a full-time job instead of a side gig. He has been pretty dedicated to this point. What website's this? Dexerto. I'm sorry I clicked on this. He's been pretty dedicated. Shut up. He's been pretty dedicated. Yeah, all right. He hasn't defended the United States belt for like 70, 80 days, and he only appears like 3-4 times a year. But shut up. He's very dedicated. He's basically the second coming of Seth Rollins. Who do you think you are? Judging Logan. But he's hardly been a weekly feature. Yeah, I'd say that's true. His work has earned rave reviews from fans and fellow wrestlers. He could play an important role moving forwards. Well, look, I'll believe it when I see it, right? I don't believe a word this guy says. So him saying that he's going full-time or whatever, let's see what that actually looks like with, appearances. And take it from there. But that honestly would be my criticism. That's my big criticism. It's not his in-ring. It's not his promos. It's the amount that he dedicates himself to this. As a wrestling fan, I'm watching people in NXT working their way up to the main roster. I'm watching people that want this, People like Roxanne Perez, for example, right? She's someone that watched wrestling as a kid, dreamed about this, and got into wrestling. And that Izzy girl who was in the crowd and, loves wrestling, and now she's doing it and working her way through the system, right? We're watching people that are passionate about this and have dedicated their lives to this, and this is exactly what they want to do. And then here's this YouTuber. Is this guy that has got a passing interest in wrestling, who's got a platform which has allowed him to skip NXT, go straight to the main roster. It's allowed him, it's not his skill that's allowed him, it's his platform that's allowed him to only wrestle a few times a year. And so this is quite frustrating as a wrestling fan when you've got so much talent that could have that spot instead. I, as a wrestling fan, want to see Sammy get an opportunity. I want to see Kevin get an opportunity. I want to see Bron Breakker being called up. I want to see Ilya Dragunov getting called up. I want to see these people that I invest my time watching. I want to see these people get an opportunity. Like seeing a celebrity come in, a YouTuber from a different world come in and take these spots away. That's not something that I personally celebrate. What I would say is that when he's been given time, he's done a fantastic job. I can't say he hasn't. My frustration is that he's not around as a full-timer. If we're going to watch him and support him, then he needs to be here week in, week out like everybody else. If he's going to just rock up once in a blue moon, then he's going to be criticized. Roman Reigns came through the system, right? He worked his way up through WWE. He worked full-time. And he got to such a high level of star power. He is now able to work part-time, right? He is able to work just a few matches a year. That is clearly very different because we've watched him in WWE do it full-time. We've watched him in developmental, The Shield, and work his way up. We've followed his career. We've followed his journey. He's got to the point now where he doesn't have to be there week in, week out. He is such a big star in the wrestling world because of his wrestling that he can now go part-time. The exact same with Brock Lesnar, right? He's come through but this is not the same with Logan. He hasn't come through the system. We haven't watched him be full-time and then go part-time. He's not known because of his wrestling. He's known because of his other platforms. And so that's why it's different for him compared to Brock and Roman. And if he is about to go full-time, as I said, I'll believe it when I see it, because it's very difficult to believe what this guy says. And honestly, some of my criticisms would definitely dim down. Some of my criticisms would definitely soften because he is great in ring. He is very athletic. He's great promo. He can absolutely do this. So if it is going to go that way, bring it on. That's what I would say. Bring it on, because that has always been my biggest criticism. Cal Dub said it's already up. Oh, well, that'll be doing the rounds then. What did you say, Cal? It was on what? The Law? I mean, they really are making this public, aren't they? This is really getting dragged around. Law and Crime Network. It is how long? It is 13 minutes long. Psychological torture. WWE's Vince McMahon is hit with disturbing sex trafficking claims in lawsuit. It's had 4,000 views. Is that the one where they speak to the lawyer? Do they speak to the lawyer on that one, or? Well, either way, it must be that, because that's the only one that's up at the moment. So, a very interesting watch. I'll show you the website so you can look for yourself. Law and Crime Network. And here it is, this crime fix with Agneta Levy. Psychological torture. If we go on videos, actually, is there any others? It's obviously this one here. That conversation looks, as you said, it was with her. What? That's her lawyer, is it? Or don't know. Haven't watched it, obviously, but it looks like that's the only video on the subject. 4,000 views at the moment. I'm sure that's going to be in the hundreds of thousands by Sunday, if not more than that. So yeah, thank you, Cal. That will definitely be something I will watch. Definitely something I'll be watching. Sean said, I love the LOL videos. Are there any BHGM skits from PT? Any BHGM skits from PT Dub is gold. Sean, shout out to you. Yeah, feel free to put suggestions in the comments. I am working through. I'll make a note. I'm working through them. I've just got a problem because they are flagging with copyright, which is a problem because these have all been made months ago. In fact, I had to go back into that one and sort of take out some bits, and all the footage in there was recorded and edited. My file said in November. So that one was actually, it's been sat waiting to be uploaded since November. So, you know, when I wasn't around, or when I'm like, oh, I'm busy, I'm doing stuff, and I keep saying that all the time. Well, in November, that's what I was doing. And obviously the ones that have been uploaded before that have come from September and October. So September, October, November, that's an insight into what I was working on when I said, oh, I'm, got videos to do. I'm working on bits and bobs. That's what I was working on. I'm glad you like them. I really appreciate the support. I appreciate everyone that supports the channel in any which way, be it joining us on streams, watching different videos, retweets, or sharing thoughts. Again, if you're on X, tweet me anything interesting that you see, right, in regards to wrestler reaction. Or if Sean Ross Sapp said something interesting, or Meltzer said something interesting, or if there's some funny memes that are doing the rounds. We've said before, we're trying to with the unseen videos, and people seem to really enjoy those. The unseen videos, that the way that came about was complete fluke. As he said, there was that 1 week where they did the CM Punk Kevin Owens footage, and it wasn't shown in the UK. So I put it up as like, this was unseen in the UK. If you're in the UK, you won't have seen this. And the video did really, really well. And that just sort of suggested, well, clearly there's something here. And then by chance, there was something else we could do for NXT the following, I think it was a few days later, was it? Trick Williams, Carmelo Hayes. The show just ended. And people were like, what happened? Did he attack him? What? He was sneaking up behind him. So again, we found footage that was not shown. And then that went into that one. And again, you're like, did really well. And then blah, 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 blah. So it's weird because we were just talking about the LOL videos and how they were planned. And I was working on them. These unseen videos, which actually are better received, completely unplanned. Completely unplanned. Came from nowhere. So, what they've kind of morphed into is a lot of social media stuff, which I think adds extra context, because there are exclusive interviews on like Raw Talk, Talking Smack, or whatever, Smack Talk, Raw Talk, Smack Talk. There's obviously like Drew putting out TikToks with promos that are quite interesting. There's obviously breaking news. We spoke about Kevin Patrick days ago about he was off commentary. Obviously now he's been released as well, but we took that in an unseen video because that actually broke during an episode. I think it was NXT. It was either NXT or it was Raw that the news broke that he was going to be off commentary. So we put it in the unseen video. So that's my point. I'm looking for reaction, memes, funny tweets. I'm after wrestler reaction. I'm after news reaction. Just quote tag me in it, because that way, if you quote tag me, then when I use it in the video, it'll have the tweet, but it'll have your name as well. And I want you to get the recognition. I would feel bad taking what you've sent me and not crediting you for it. Like, that would, you know, I don't think that's a fair transaction. I feel like the transaction is that if you find it and you go out your way to tag me in it, the fair thing I can do is make sure your name is on there, and hopefully if I can get to it, shout it out as well, which I am going to try to do, because I really appreciate the support. I watch the shows, obviously, so it's hard for me to see everything that's happening on Twitter at the exact same time, or everything that's playing out on X. And there's easily things that can slip past. Easily. So that's going to be, I think, that's going to be really interesting for the Rumble, isn't it? Imagine that. Imagine some of that reaction and social media chatter. That unseen video for the Rumble, I think, could be really, it could take ages to make, but I think it could be really interesting. So tonight's, I think, will be okay. I mean, it depends what happens, of course, but yeah, I'm looking forward to the Rumble one. So Sean, shout out to you. Cameron said, I've heard there are some surprises for the Women's Rumble that no one is thinking about. I'm not going to spoil anything, but tomorrow should be fun and wild. Cameron, shout out to you, dudes. I heard there could be some stuff today, actually. So you've just reminded me that my Twitter account, I don't want to brag, but I genuinely don't think it's ever been this good. I really don't think it's ever been this good, and it's got everything to do with you and nothing to do with me, right? I just love it. I'm in love with it. So if you want to follow it, it's at Wrestling Days YT. We've got links to different videos. But like, look at this from Watson. So WrestleOps have put this out. Watson has quote tweeted me, and this is exactly the thing we've spoke about so many times. People have said, what do you think the UFC WWE crossover is going to look like? And there's been people saying, do you think wrestlers will get in an octagon? Do you think that UFC stars will be wrestling? And it's like, I don't think that's the right way of to think of it. I think the way to think of it is, what if we get a venue, and then like on the Saturday we do UFC, on the Sunday we do the wrestling, or however we do it, but we basically take over a town, because that way we don't have to spend as much on the buildings. We don't need to rent 2 buildings. It must be cheaper to rent 1 building and then do shows on like days close together. That's got to be cheaper than it has to run 2 separate buildings. So this way you're putting on events, but you are reducing your cost. And if it's a battle in both directions. You're battling to try and increase your takings. You want to bring in more money, but the other battle is to not spend. If you're bringing in loads of money, but then you're spending loads of money, what is it that you're actually going to be left with? So here you can see UFC and WWE take over Anaheim. 2 big events, 1 big holiday weekend. So we got UFC on the 17th. That will be the Saturday. And then we've got Raw on the 19th. That is exactly the kind of thing we've spoke about, and exactly the kind of thing that we thought they would look to do. So, we're not bragging. I know it sounds like we're bragging, but it is nice to get a dub once in a blue moon. And yeah, this is just the way that I thought this relationship would work. I think you're going to see a lot of this. I think this is a template now going forwards. of UFC and WWE both being in the same building because they only have to pay for one building rather than two. Slim Jim questions, Slim Jim statements, which we read out. The investigation thing. Oh yeah, this merch got pulled. So there's a picture of the Vince merch, which has been removed from the Royal Rumble shop. Makes sense. Someone saying that they love the channel. Sean, shout out to you if you're watching. God bless. Thank you. William being a troublemaker. CM Punk, his latest Instagram story is him standing at the airport. Now, I don't know if that is a picture of him waiting at Heathrow. You remember he landed, there was no one to pick him up at Heathrow, and so he had to make his own way on the underground to get to Wembley. I think this could be that. I've took it as that. So I've said from waiting at an airport due to transport confusion with AEW, they said they were never going to send a car. He thought they was going to send a car. Obviously, we know what happened at Wembley, and we know the fallout. But from going from potentially this image here to now on the verge of, as we said, potentially winning the Rumble. We don't know that he will. His last 6 months have been wild. So, yeah, that was an interesting picture. But this is what I wanted to show you. Right, so Crispy Wrestling said debuts. What we thinking? So this is Better Wrestling Experience. You might have heard of that. They don't go by that on their Twitter account. They go Boozer Wrestling, Boozer666. I keep trying to follow this person and they just will not accept my request. It's a closed account and they only accept certain people in. I don't know if they do it randomly. I think it's probably randomly. I don't think there's like any. I don't think I've upset them, but yeah, I keep like sending like requests, and it just keeps showing as pending. So I keep having to rely on other people to tell me what they're saying. But here's a screenshot, and it says, "All right, bright sides." Don't know what that means. Electric night for SmackDown. A few debuts too. Fun night before we go Rumble in the Jungle. So I don't know if Boozer has had a few drinks. I have no idea what that's about, but it is a very interesting tweet from someone that has proven to have some insider knowledge, shall we say, inside sources. Shall we say. So yeah, interesting thing there from Better Wrestling Experience. This is the Slim Jim news. I like this tweet. Jack Perry has filed a trademark for scapegoat, and I said he should trademark Silly Billy. Silly Billy. And then there's Alex sharing some new animations with Supercard, if anyone plays Supercard. And then me asking a question if Zion Quinn might appear, because he is Australian, and we know Elimination Chamber is in Australia, so it would make sense for him to be in the Rumble, introduce him to the roster, get people to know that he is Australian, so that when we go to Elimination Chamber, they've got another Australian athlete that they can present, which would make sense. And he's got these tribal Samoan tattoos. He isn't, I don't believe. But I don't know, man. There have been some thoughts of this guy coming into the Bloodline. He did get drafted. I think he's technically a free agent. So he was involved in the drafts. It was so long ago now, people could easily forget. And some people might not even know who he is. But Zion Quinn didn't do a great deal in NXT, but I have read they see him as the total package. So definitely a name that it's worth being familiar with. And then we did a poll as well. Who do you think's going to win the Rumble? 63% said CM Punk. 63%. That's high, isn't it? That is quite high. Seems like people are quite confident that CM Punk's going to get the job done. Right, I want to have a look, make sure we are up to date. I heard there were some surprises. Yes, Not sure if you got the acronyms. I meant Heenan Monsoon content. Primetime Wrestling is gold. Looking forward to more videos. Sean, shout out to you. There was, I mean, there will be more of that. We did one already, which is the Bobby Heenan being electrocuted. That was from Primetime. But yeah, we will definitely have a look to see more. We will definitely look to do more. I think the problem I've got with the LOL videos is that they haven't established a name for themselves yet, which is a bit of a shame, to be honest, because they've been up for a good few months now, but they haven't established like a footing. But then maybe part of that problem is the copyright strikes has meant that they've been coming out at a much slower rate, which was not the plan. I've got 33 made and only 20 have been released, so there's another 13 ready to go. So it's not that I don't have them, it's just the copyright issue with it. So it's all a mess. And at this time of year with the Rumble, there's only one thing that's going to be my focus right now. I think the other thing as well that's got in their way a bit is the unseen videos. They weren't planned, and they have been much better received. So, you know, we will continue with LOL videos. They're not going away. I need to get past the Rumble, and I need to make sure that they are sustainable. So I'll keep that ball rolling. James as well. I meant to say to James that he's done well. There is going to be an announcement. It'll go up tomorrow, right? I think tomorrow is the day that we'll put that out. But yeah, I just wanted James to know, because I did say it would go up today. But I think it makes more sense to do it tomorrow, because tomorrow's the bigger day with more people around, and so it feels like it could have got a bit lost with all the news that's happening and SmackDown and then all the Rumble chatter. So I'll put that up tomorrow. Gaming in Real Time said, I've had COVID this week. I'm over it for the Rumble. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. I wondered if I had COVID, you know. I don't think I did. I just could not shake a cold. I had it for about 2 weeks. End of December. Well, yeah, end of December. Very end of December. Throughout, like, up until the 10th or so of January. Oh my God, I could not shake it. And well, you lot know, because I was coming on streams and like my voice was not there, and I was really struggling with it. And that's not, you wouldn't expect that from a cold. So I did wonder if I had like mild COVID or something. I never got tested, and it's gone now. But yeah, I feel for you, dude. I did have COVID. I have had it before. It's not fun, to be honest. That was a couple of uncomfortable days, so I'm glad you're through it, my friend. So, Gaming in Real Time, shout out to you, buds. I'm objectively balanced and on the ball, said Punk tried to sabotage the biggest wrestling show in the industry when he refused to go out at All In at Wembley, and he used Jack Perry as a scapegoat. I've not heard that he refused to go out at Wembley. I've not heard that. So that would be interesting to read, where it was claimed he'd refused to go out. That's the side of the story I haven't heard. So I would be interested to read that. Because to be honest, the scapegoat thing doesn't make much sense to me. I mean, he clearly said real glass, which clearly would upset CM Punk. I mean, I'm no psychiatrist, but even I know that if you're going to publicly say something which is by design a dig at CM Punk, he doesn't take that well. It doesn't go well. We've learnt this, and I think Jungle Boy had learnt this as well. So for him to make that real glass comment, for me, the finger of blame is firmly in Jungle Boy's direction. Hence the silly Billy comments. But if there are reports that CM Punk was refusing to go out there, then, well, I don't know. Was he refusing to go out because of what Jungle Boy had done? Again, I've not heard that. I'd be interested to read that. Kian said, I agree. I believe these kids need to stay off social media for the best. It's not a good place. They should take some time off sometimes. Play PS games and take mind off it. Oh, you take time off sometimes. Yeah, it's very difficult because even adults are not rational, and obviously everyone has opinions and we don't all agree on opinions, and so everyone's going to have their take, right? And there's going to be a lot of noise, and so it's not just kids, and it's not just bots, and it's not just people that have got mental challenges, right? And adults, like everyday working adults that should be able to look at this situation and process it. I think there's just been some wild stuff that I've seen on social media. Just some real wild stuff. I don't understand it, to be honest. I think I do wonder if social media is used differently by people. I mean, I suppose in a way, if you've got an ex, it's probably different for me because I can't really go on there, and I wouldn't want to go on there and make a big statement like Vince is innocent, right, or anything like that. I wouldn't do that because I don't know that. Right? So I wouldn't go on there and say that because I don't know that. But if I, in my heart, believed that he was, right, and I wanted to express that, if I was just, on my personal account, and I did that, I suppose, in a way, it would feel like I'm just shouting into the void. I suppose, in a way, there's a mentality of, it doesn't matter what I tweet, because who's going to listen to me anyway? Do you know what I mean? Like, you're just adding a voice to the great number of voices. And I do wonder if that's why social media struggles, because there's lots of different ways that it gets used. I think there are very opinionated people, of course. I think, though, that there is also people that just shout their thoughts, not really thinking them through because, well, who cares, you know? And then, of course, there's trolls that go on there, and then there's bots, and then there's kids, and then there's people with mental health challenges, right? I mean, it's a smorgasbord on there. So trying to use that as anything more than just the shiz show that it is. I mean, it is just this absolute melting pot of just bad takes, bad opinions, good opinions, just shouting, irrelevance, just everything. You get everything. Everything on the scale is on there, right? And normally it's the stuff that winds you up and makes you mad that you see more of. I don't know why. I don't know how that works. The algorithm seems to find the tweets that are going to annoy you the most, that are going to wind you up the most, and they really want to make sure you see those. So, yeah, it's... there is... How do I word it? I like social media. There is definitely a place for social media. There are definitely strengths to social media, but there are big problems with social media, and that feels like the understatement of the century. That feels like something I'm not alone in saying. And yeah, I think sometimes you can see it show itself in these kinds of times, you know. And people would say it's shown itself with the tribalism as well, you know. But then there's people that enjoy the tribalism, so they'd be like, nah, it's fine. I have a time of my life with the tribalism stuff, so each to their own, I suppose. Each to their own. I suppose the way to think of it or look at it is, if it's not for you, if you don't get anything from it, if you don't feel you benefit from it, then don't use it. I don't go on for opinion. I'm quite comfortable in my own opinion, so I don't go on for opinion. I go on for funny memes, entertaining takes. I go on for updates from wrestlers. I go on for connecting with you guys. That's the reason that I wouldn't go from it. I wouldn't leave it for those reasons. But I can give you plenty of reasons why I would. Plenty of reasons why I don't think social media is quite been what we were hoping it was going to be. Gaming in real time, shout out to you. JB said, news of the year is that the UK Gladiators is back on TV with the original 90s theme. BBC One, Saturdays, 5:50. Gladiators Days Watch Along, ? Said JB. Sadly not. That is about the time I'm probably starting to wake up. I'd say about 6. The way to think about my sleeping schedule is knock it out by 12 hours. So that to me is about 5:50 in the morning. So it might be 5:50 coming up to the evening time, but for me that's 5:50 in the morning. So not a time I'm looking to stream, to be honest. In regards to Gladiators, though, loved that show as a kid, and I honestly think that's a show that's been missing from TV. I think that Saturday nights have just become these awful celebrity talent contests here in the UK. Things like, I don't know, Strictly Dancing, Strictly whatever it's called. Strictly Dancing? Strictly Dancing? Is that what it's called? Strictly Dancing? I don't know. Well, I hate it anyway. And things like The Voice, things like, what's the other one? Ice, Dancing on Ice, that one. Dancing on Ice, where they do the ice skate in malarkey. It's just these kinds of shows now. That's what Saturday nights become. Whereas when I was young, you had things like Gladiators, you had things like The Generation Game, you had things like Noel's House Party, things like did we have Blankety Blank on a Saturday night? Can't remember. But yeah, you know, there was fun shows. I do like Michael McIntyre's Big Show. I do like that. That feels a bit more like the kind of show, I suppose in a way that's a bit like the modern day Noel's House Party. So I appreciate that show. Ant and Dec's Saturday Night Takeaway. That's good. I don't mind that. I can watch that. Bit of a variety show. I'm into that. But yeah, something like Gladiators definitely felt like it was missing from the schedule. So I'm really pleased that it came back. And to tie it to wrestling, you know what I'm going to say. Of course, famously, Nick Aldis was a gladiator in the UK Gladiators when it was on, was it Sky One, I believe? He was one of the gladiators, and I think that's how he got his start. And then from there, he went into wrestling and went on to be the NWA champion, or went into Impact, Magnus, and then NWA, and now here he is as GM. Mitchell said, not sure if you saw, but Slim Jim are pausing their partnership with WWE because of the Vince stuff. Well, that's breaking news that Mitchell does not join us for all of the stream. That is heartbreaking. That is heartbreaking. I thought Mitchell was the first one in. I thought he stuck around. I know he didn't talk all the time, but I thought that he would just be in the shadows. But it turns out he's off, gallivanting around, doing other things, going other places. Turns out he doesn't want to be a part of this community, Mitchell, and that is a very interesting development, let me tell you. Don't know how that's going to go down, Mitchell, with the community. Could you imagine if I was to go off to other places during the stream? Could you imagine that? I did touch on it. I said I was, I'll give you the nutshell, and that is I'm conflicted. Because they are a company, you can understand them protecting themselves. But equally, I don't know that it's in line with how wrestling fans feel. Because I am not conflicted about watching tonight. I am not conflicted about watching the Royal Rumble. I have no problem in being excited for WrestleMania. So for them to turn around and go, we can't support WWE at the moment, I think is at odds with how I feel. So, you know, I don't know that I'd be racing to go and buy Slim Jim right now, but I do understand that they as a company also have people that don't watch wrestling buy their products, and it's probably not a good look to be connected with WWE at this time. So I am conflicted on their stance. I don't know that it's right or it's wrong. As a wrestling fan, I'm disappointed. As a human, I understand. Here is the Kabuki Warriors. Here is Kaden and Katana arriving. So we are building our way towards that match. We're also backstage with Solo Sikoa, Jimmy Uso, and Paul Heyman. I think, is that Nia Jax? Was that Nia Jax? They're walking down a corridor. There's some great pictures. One of them looked a bit like Nia Jax. Just seeing a recap of last week and what went down last week. Don't forget, we are live tomorrow early 9 UK time, which is about 4 Eastern. We go straight through. No topic is out of bounds. I'm sure you've seen that from this stream, right? We've tackled everything the best we can, as honestly as we can. And we will continue to do that tomorrow. The focus tomorrow, though, I am hoping will be a little less Vince-orientated. I certainly can't promise that because it depends what people want to ask, but I'm hoping that we can focus on the Rumble because it's the Rumble, and it's one of my, and I'm sure your favourite shows of the year. There's going to be some big moments. The reports were that because of the TKO news and the Netflix news and Rock and joining and all that, they're going to really push the boat out, really celebrate. And actually, they need to, because they could really do with something that distracts wrestling fans and kind of changes their attention, changes their mindset at the moment. So, yeah, I do expect tomorrow to be a big show. I think there's every chance at some point you see The Rock. Every chance. I don't think he'll be in the Rumble. He could be, though. Imagine if he was number 30. Imagine that. I haven't even got The Rock winning the Rumble, but some people do. But he comes down, wins the Rumble. Boom. Rock Roman. Set. Made. Done. Here is... Oh, this is the dude that did the Randy song. Have you seen him? Eladio Carrion. He's done this. There was a video that had Randy Orton in the video. This guy is a reggaeton star. And I think he's got a song called RKO. Randy's in the video. This dude better not be in the Rumble. If this dude has a match at WrestleMania, I am going to boycott WWE. I'm going to do a Slim Jim. If this is going to be him, this top dollar who looks like he's been in a washing machine. If this dude's going to be having a match at WrestleMania with Bad Bunny or something, let's just shut the light, turn the lights off. We're done. He's going to bring out Randy, isn't he? Mr. RKO himself, Randy Orton. This is who will beat Roman, said Dead Man Talking. Wrestle with Andy said it's bottom dollar. Top dollar slimmed down. Do you reckon that is top dollar and he's just hoping that no one notices? They're like, what's your name? Is like, Elado Carrion. I'm a reggaeton star. Can you do one of your songs? Yeah, no problem. Top dollar, everyone wants to know and holla. Oh, sorry, I mean, RKO. RKO. I don't know how the song goes. In my mind, that's how it goes. RKO. RKO. Imagine the girls in the background. RKO. RKO. Dun da 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 ba da ba da da ba ba da 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 ba da ba da 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 ba da ba da 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 ba ba da ba RKO. okay, oh. Jesus, I'm going to write a song. We're doing it. It's happening. It's happening. Yeah. Turns out I'm one of the biggest reggaeton stars in the world. I didn't even know. Okay, oh. Oh no. Oh no. Right, well, Randy's come down. He's done his pose. And Flop Dollar's in the ring. Anyone else got that song in their head? Gift. I'm just a gift. A gift to music. What a great moment. Taking extra time with the kid at ringside, said David. Oh, hello, here we go. The face of Foot Locker is here. Okay, so Randy is in the ring with a microphone. Let's see what he's got to say. Okay, oh. I'm here to talk business. He's here to talk Bloodline. Bloodline that put him on the shelf. Bloodline have had a hell of a run. Roman has held the world title for almost 1,300. I mean, that is mental, isn't it? That is unfathomable. It's virtually unheard of. No one can stop him. No one can stop the Bloodline, except for maybe me. The number 15. Oh, because that'll be his number of title reigns. Um, 700 more days till the 2,000 days, said Smurfy. Randy dresses like a girl who slept over, said Mitchell. Trinidad guy in the crowd, by the way. Let's go. Randy, Randy, Randy. Okay. Oh. He said, I'll tell you how I'll beat Roman. R-K-O. Well, here comes AJ Styles. Okay. Oh. AJ Styles making his way out. Love the new look for him. This kind of casual Undertaker. You do realize there's other people in this match. Tom, C8746. See you tomorrow, my friends. Get some sleep. You need rest. It's going to be mental. Alado Carrion versus Carrion Cross, said Cole. He might be catching something, said Joe. Jim says, let him in. Thank you, Bray. Yeah, weird, isn't it? It will be the anniversary of Bray's last match. Amazing, isn't it? That would have been a year since the Pitch Black match last year. AJ said, did you forget about me, Randy? As long as you've been in the WWE, you should know better. We've got history. Randy, 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 Randy. After you RKO'd me last week, just know you got a receipt coming. That's cool. I like the way you said, I'll be stepping over Randy Orton, Roman Reigns, and LA Knight. And then out his music hits. That was done really well. He didn't even manage to get... I think he got to L, and then the music interrupted. LA Knight. LA Knight steps out, gets good pop. Good reaction to for LA Knight. Loud crowds. LA Knight. There had been a few thoughts that the support of LA was dying down, settling down, not hitting as hard. No evidence of that. I can't say that that was not a good reaction for him. Quit your crying. Here for every stream, David. Shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Good to see you around. Hope you had a good day. As far as I can see. Yeah, I said that, yeah. LA Knight said, so there's 4 people in this match and only I've got a match tonight. That says to me that Paul Heyman lobbied to get me in a match to soften me up. They see me as a threat. I gotta fight solo. I'll walk over you. I'll walk over you. I'll walk over Roman. It's not an insult. It's a fact of life. He throws the mic down. He leaves the ring. Oh, kick to the midsection by AJ. Pele kick. Randy Orton goes down. Ooh, a little how's your father? So AJ attacks Randy. Randy down. AJ pointing at LA Knight. LA Knight on the entranceway. Shame no Roman in that segment, but I mean, it would take about half an hour for him to make his way to the ring, so... Fatal 4-way tomorrow. Who wins? In fact, should we ask that question? Who wins? See where the chat is. What the chat is thinking. Let's see what the chat is thinking. Who wins? Is it going to be Randy that wins tomorrow? Is it going to be LA Knight? Yeah. Is it going to be AJ Styles? Or is it going to be Roman Reigns? I mean, it's gonna. There's no count out and there's no DQ, so the winner is going to be champ. So I think who wins works. Because I know you lot. You'd be like, well, technically, he could win by count out, but he still wouldn't be champion. Wrestling fans, eh? Right, here's Carlito. But AJ kick brought out the Pele kick. Serious business, said JB. Carlito taking on Santos Escobar. Angel and Humberto are just Angel and Humberto now. Apparently they lost their surnames. And that was from I think it was from a few weeks back now. Bringing you all the latest breaking news. Butch's Pete Dunne as well. So, you know, if you want all the latest scoops. Tyler Bates been called up. Don't know if you heard about that as well. Right, advert for Kevin Owens and Logan. There's no countouts in a Fatal 4-Way, said James. That's true. I thought that in advance. Justin said, do you think it's a good idea to have LA Knight be the one to beat Logan? Yes. He's going to get dropped from the heavyweight title scene and get moved to the mid-card. Yes. I don't think he's ready to be champion on SmackDown in the main event. That is the big title. Maybe if he was on Raw and the big title is the world heavyweight title, I see that belt as like the super intercontinental. It's a world title and it makes you a world champion, but I cannot be alone in saying that's not the belt. You know, there's one belt that you need to be the guy, the face, the man, like, and that's Roman's. The belt that Roman has got is the belt. We took the two belts, the only two belts that were the world titles, the WWE Championship and the Universal. Roman won them both, merged them together, got given this gold version, right? And so, like, he's got everything. And because he doesn't defend that often, we just made another one so that we had another title for the other show. And we just made it out of thin air. There's no way that can be seen as being the same as the one that Roman's got. So, to me, like, for LA Knight to have this belt, it would be wild because this is the belt. I sort of feel like if he was competing for Seth's belt, I wouldn't really mind that. That's fine. That would make sense. But because he's not over on Raw, the only other belt he can really go for other than the tag belt is the United States Championship. So for me, LA Knight, United States Championship, he could be the one to beat Gunther. I would be fine with that. He could have the world title that Seth's got. I'd be fine with that. But the one that I'm really think he has to work his way towards, in a way, it's kind of the mountaintop. It is the final piece of the puzzle, if you will, is the one that Roman's got. I would not give him that belt. Not until he's won some of the others, at least. So, no, I really don't mind him going after the United States belt. I think that him having a belt is a big thing because he's never had a belt in... I think he might have in NXT. I'm trying to think if he had the North American, but he's never had one on the main roster. So I think, listen, a belt's a belt, yeah? And more importantly, being in a match with Logan is going to get eyes on you, because that's any match Logan has, and certainly at WrestleMania. Think of the build, think of the chatter, think of, you know, what's going to be said on the podcast. You know, the thing with the Logan matches, it's not just like taking on Ricochet for the United States title. There's all this other stuff that comes with it, all this exposure that comes with it as well. So, no, I honestly, I think it's a good spot for him. It's crowded at the top of the card with CM Punk and Cody and Roman, and potentially Gunther, Seth, Drew's around. It's crowded. It's difficult up there, you know. LA Knight, I think, is a player, but I've never felt he was going to get Roman's belt. I didn't think he'd beat Roman at the Saudi show, and I don't think he wins it tomorrow. So why not put him in a position where he can actually win it, which would be the United States? So, no, honestly, I'm all for it. I'm fully behind it. I think that it's having a belt is a big deal in WWE. Here is Legado del Fantasma, Angel, Santos, Umberto. Coming out in suits, Angel and Umberto. Legado del Fantasma. There was a thought that they were going to be Legado World Order, but because they tweeted that out. But I think it was just a diss at the other team. It was just a diss at LWO. They were saying basically LWO stands for Legado World Order. It actually doesn't. They are Legado del Fantasma. Santos making his way into the ring. Rock will interfere tomorrow in the match, methinks, says A. Jobson. Mitchell said AJ Styles wins, book it. Cynthia said with ref bumps and the help of Solo and no yeet Jimmy, Roman will still win. Mitchell said he's Good Bunny. Oh my god, Good Bunny and Bad Bunny. Eladio Carrion. So he is in attendance tonight. I wonder if he'll be at Rumble. I'd imagine he will. Do you remember, wasn't it last year we had that dude sing? That country dude. I can't remember his name, but he just had an album out, and that was a chore. That was a challenge. Hardy. I think that was his name, was it not? Hardy. Right, Carlito against Santos. And, of course, we will vote on this. Add the results to our list. We're keeping tabs of all the matches and how you lot are scoring them. So we will add this to that. Santos with Carlito trying to take him over to the corner. And now Carlito smashes Santos into the turnbuckle, goes over the other side as well. William said, why is Santos wearing a carpet? Is it magic? I hope so. I hope so. Maybe you could ride him, William? Dark Knight said, later, you lasted less than the Bushwhackers. I did like that LOL video. Do you know, it's funny because there's a few LOL videos that have got like a few jokes in that I really liked. And there was a couple today, actually, 2 in today's that I liked. The one where I said, like, we've all been there, Luke. And then it cuts to a clip of the woman going, it's true, I'm his wife. And it's got me sat next to her, like. And then there was another one, which is where the woman from Modern Family talks about, like, Luke being special. And then I have him pop up going, way! I don't know why, I just love them. They cracked me up when I was doing that. So, like, there's a few of those kind of moments. There's a good one coming up. There's a LOL video on Becky's debut that I really love. So we will still keep getting those LOL videos out. Carlito on the outside, confronting Umberto and Angel. Wow, Santos went headfirst. Headfirst. Through the ropes into Carlito. Carlito goes down and we are going to commercial break. Shaquem said, will you do Super Bowl on February 11th? Mabes. Don't know. If we do, it will... I don't know. That's tricky. That's tricky. Maybe... I don't know. Maybe I'll ask and see what people think. I'm in 2 minds on it because, to be honest, it's a one-off game, so it doesn't really disrupt anything, does it? And I think it's a Sunday as well, which is a quiet day for us. So you look at that and you go, why not? You know, why not? But then I think, well, should I not just use that time for wrestling stuff? Like, chances are we'll be doing a Super Bowl stream and then some big wrestling news will drop and I'll be like, oh man, I knew I shouldn't have not done this. So I think I'd probably be leaning more towards yes. I don't know if it'd be on this channel or the second channel, but historically we have done it and enjoyed the halftime Super Bowl halftime show. Although this year is Usher, which Usher is sort of my generation, so I should be excited, but I'm not. Don't know why. Don't know. I can think of many, many other people I would rather it would be. I'm sure it will still be a good show, though. I'm sure it will be good. Rihanna last year was okay. I thought the best thing about her was her staging. Them being in the air looked awesome. But, and she's got great songs, but she literally just went blasted through her songs. And, I don't know, there wasn't much variation. I think once you saw the staging and you saw her sing and you saw the dancers, it was just track, 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 track. That was it. That was it. I like it when it, like, you know, the show kind of... do you remember Katy Perry? Like, at one bit, she's dancing with sharks, and then isn't there another bit when she's on, like, an elephant, massive elephant? Like, there's all these different elements and things that are happening. Like, I want a show. Give me a show. Give me a show. It's not just about singing. I don't want just a stage and just singing. Put on a show. Do you know what I mean? Let's do some stuff. The dancing sharks, I mean, they are just iconic, aren't they? They're just absolutely iconic, man. So I think Katy Perry did a great job. I'm not a Katy Perry fan, but such a memorable halftime. Maybe for the wrong reasons for some people, but yeah, at least I felt like I was watching some. Hopefully Usher can do that this year. I don't know. He has had a lot of hits. It's one of them where I think, oh, hear it. I go, yeah, this is a good track, actually. And then I'll do his next one. I'll be like, oh, yeah, this is good as well. And then he might put on a show and I'll be like, you know what? This is banging. Yeah. So I get more from that than I do the game. And I've seen a few memes as well. Apparently a lot of you are concerned it's going to be a Taylor Swift Super Bowl. People don't want Taylor Swift to be involved in the Super Bowl. Probably because she'll be a massive distraction. But I don't know. I don't know enough about the game to know how likely it is that she'll be involved. Right, we are back to the action. I know there's a 0.911% chance, but imagine MJF at number 30 and he wins the Rumble. It would be chaos, said Ben. Cynthia said, I would rather take Britney Spears over Taylor Swift. Yeah, Britney Spears would be good. Just don't know where she is, like, mentally at the moment. She has been through a lot, hasn't she? Santos charging over to Carlito, who's in the other corner. Double knees there by Santos. Santos climbing up. Oh! Going for the cover. Santos, 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out. Kick out by Santos Escobar. We got Zelina. We've got Wild. We got Del Toro. Hurricanrana off the top there by Santos. And he's going for a stretch. Abdominal stretch. I like to always like to see this. Always like to see that being driven into the side of the body. Carlito having a look around, trying to get back up to his feet. And he is getting up to his feet. And we got shots to the midsection of Santos. Pull of the hair by Santos. And down goes Carlito. I hope my Tombola idea returns tomorrow, said James. I do as well. That would be a lot of fun. Carter said if the Chiefs win this weekend, then Taylor will be there, unfortunately. Mr. Dell Jr. said The Rock, after the Fatal 4-Way match, he'll say to Roman, see you at 41. B-word. Against the ropes goes Santos. Drop kick there by Carlito. Santos goes down. Carlito having a look around. Crowds are sort of with it. I'm just pleased for Trinidad Flag Guy, who is in the middle. He's got the green shirt guy seat. Normally he's pushed to the side. It's a big disgrace. We're treating him a lot better these days. Trinidad Flag Guy. I wonder if Green Shirt Guy is there, but he just wasn't able to get front for this one. Imagine Green Shirt Guy, like, in the second row. Ugh. Oh, I don't know how I'd feel about that. What if he's lost his connections now that TKO have took over? Oh my God. He managed to get tickets for 2023, but 2024, it's all changed. Oh my God, this could be a brave new world. Carlito against the ropes, knee to the face of Santos, clothesline. Santos goes down. Do you think the 4-way will be the main event, said Mitchell? There's no way of knowing. It really depends what they've got planned. So if The Rock's going to confront Roman, then yes. But if The Rock's not, then they may want to go with the Rumble. So without knowing what they've got planned, it's hard to know which will go last. Jim said, The Rock will cost Roman the title, like the way Goldberg cost Brock his title against Eddie Guerrero, says Jim. The man said Rock enters at 30. Oh, Umberto from the top. Comes crashing down. Now Zelina's popped up. Oh, is that Elektra? Elektra Lopez! Wow, Elektra Lopez taking out Zelina. They said there would be some debuts tonight. For those that don't know, Elektra Lopez used to be in Legado del Fantasma. She was when they were in NXT. When they got called up to the main roster, she was replaced by Zelina Vega. So you can understand why she is not happy with Zelina. So I like this, and it gives them a female. That makes sense. She's been used on Main Event a lot recently. She just split up with Lola Vice down in NXT. So yeah, this makes sense. It makes sense. Oh, and Zelina's got someone to feud with now. And it rounds out Legado del Fantasma. This is big news for Friday Night Smackdown, said Corey Graves. Elektra Lopez. Right, they're talking about the big news. Not Vince, surprisingly. Raw on Netflix. Raw on Netflix. Legado. So yeah, people are celebrating Elektra Lopez. Feels like a video, doesn't it? WWE celebrate it. Don't you think that was interesting as well? How Vince was not around. He was at the stock exchange, but when they go to see the staff at the headquarters, he's not on stage. When they did an interview for TV, it was Ari Emanuel and it was The Rock. There was no Vince involved. I must admit, I thought it was a bit weird at the time, but I didn't overthink it. And now in retrospect, you go, of course. They knew. Of course they knew. Like, you know, a few days before we did. Here's AJ and Jimmy Uso. Listen. Hold up. Everyone knows. Help us get rid of that fool. Help us get rid of that fool. We ain't got a... Okay. Help us get rid of LA Knights. Is Michin. OC. Don't worry about it. Are they just waiting around for something to happen? What are they doing? What are the OC doing? All they seem to do is just go up to AJ going, what's happening? And he goes, forget about it. Don't worry about it. If I was them, I'd be like, nah, you're going to have to give me a bit more than that. I've travelled for 7 hours to be here, you know? Just for you to give me this attitude. This ain't working for me anymore. Right, now they're talking about the game. It's in the game. Sean Ross Sapp has tweeted, Vince resigns from TKO. Oh, what? What? Is this true? Well, of course it is. I'm being told. Sean Ross Sapp. Major news. Wow. Bombshell. Absolute bombshell. That's not... a resignation is not a suspension, so that's permanent. Right, Right, well, this is clearly a video, isn't it? Oh, I was going to do a video on Elektra. Massive, massive news just breaking, just emerging, and coming courtesy of Sean Ross Sapp. So you can see it on screen here. Vince McMahon has resigned from all roles with TKO. The following has been sent out to some members of staff. So I wanted to inform you that Vince McMahon has tendered his resignation from his positions as TKO executive chairman and on the TKO board of directors. He will no longer have a role with TKO Group Holdings or WWE. This is about as monumental as it gets. It's very difficult to play down this moment because Vince's connection to WWE obviously goes back through his ownership, but it goes back through the ownership of his father and his family. So for him now to not be connected in any way with WWE is, this is as big as it gets. And we know that Slim Jim obviously came out earlier and said they didn't feel comfortable sponsoring WWE at this time. We don't know if there haven't been more sponsors that have come out and said that they also don't feel comfortable. There's probably major concern that, who knows, the Netflix deal may have been in trouble. Again, that's just speculation. But there's clearly a lot of noise and there's clearly a lot that's going on at the moment. And to be honest, I did expect him to be suspended. I thought that they would remove him whilst this investigation into this lawsuit took place. But for him to come out and resign, wow. Wow, this is as big as it gets. Vince McMahon gone from TKO and gone from WWE. And the resignation means that that's not temporary, unless, of course, he comes back further down the road, which we have seen before. But I don't know. This time feels different. This feels different. This really could be the end of Vince McMahon and WWE being together. Wow. That's as big as it gets. That is as big as it gets. Vince McMahon gone. Well, what do you do now? What do you do now? How do you focus on the show? It was a distraction. I thought that he would be suspended. Perhaps there's just no sign that this story is going to go away anytime soon. We know that that lawyer came out on that network, and we haven't even had a chance to watch that video. But wow. Future endeavors. Yeah, they didn't use those words, did they? Could you imagine if they did? Imagine if they said due to budget cuts. Imagine if they budget cut him. Yeah, they didn't future endeavor him. Wow. Okay, well, look, we're back to the show. Congratulations. Ava's on the show. That's The Rock's daughter. Now she's on SmackDown. Oh, James, tombola time. There's a tombola there, James. There might be some good news for you. Bobby draws a number. Why is she there? Oh, here's Legardo. Don't think I forgot about you, says Bobby. All three brands will be represented in the Rumble. So that's why she's there, because all three brands will be represented, including NXT. Okay, we've got a progressive match flow right now. Rock really takes care of his family, said Cleveland Browns. Absolutely. There is going to be a problem there, though, because, you know, she is clearly being pushed, you know, quite quickly. You know, there was a backlash to Charlotte over that. And, you know, could it be that we see a backlash to Ava? I'd say it's too early. But, yeah, it is wild, isn't it? You know, this is a girl that's not God's gift to wrestling. She's clearly getting opportunity because of her dad. I think it's okay at this stage, but yeah. Who's replaced Kevin Patrick? Oh, it's Michael Cole. That was announced in advance, though, so we knew that Michael Cole would... we knew that Michael Cole would be in that position. Bailey said she had a vision of Damage Control taking over WWE. It's weird how we're trying to use Vince and tie him with AEW. Are people tying him with AEW? I don't think he's going there. I've thought it through, and I can't see it. I want Kevin to beat Logan, said Kian. I know Logan's going to retain. I hope LA beats Logan at WrestleMania 40 for the US title. What would your reaction be if Del Rio was in the Rumble? Be shocked. He's signed to AAA at the moment. That might give him freedom to be in the Rumble, but I would be shocked because he's also someone that's not got the cleanest of backgrounds. Not a direction they need to go. Here's the Kabuki Warriors. Can you Adam and Eve it? Vince will be back. Brock and others that are involved still in WWE, said Chiefs fan. I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. This one feels like he might not come back from this one, to be honest. I mean, how many times can you retire and come back? He retired before and, yes, came back. You're right. I don't know. I really don't know about this one. What do you think of the allegations against Brock? Oh, same way I feel about all of them. Uncomfortable. Uncomfortable. I can't say that I believe them because how can I? I wasn't there. I have no idea if it's true. I was not there. He could be innocent. He could be guilty. It needs investigating. The whole thing needs investigating. That's going to take time. Yeah, I mean, we haven't heard a single thing from Brock. Not a single thing from him. So, I've said before, I always put myself in that situation. Imagine if you was being accused of something like this. You haven't had a chance to have your say or, you know, get your voice out there. And, you know, there's people on social media judging you saying that you're guilty, that you're scum, and all this kind of stuff. It's like, oh, hang on, what? What? So, to me, I feel uncomfortable. I don't. How can you not? These allegations are horrific. The details are horrific, right? I think this whole thing needs to be treated with sensitivity. I think that this whole thing needs investigating. I think that he absolutely could be guilty. He absolutely could be innocent. But yeah, the way I feel about it is I can't see any way he can be at the Rumble. I can't see any way that he can be at WrestleMania. I can't see any way he can be involved right now. And same as like Vince. I mean, Vince has just retired. So yeah, my feelings are the feelings of being uncomfortable. The keyword is resignation, not retire. Why do you think that's a keyword? What do you think makes difference to that? Do you think that, like... I mean, I actually don't know what the difference would be. I mean, retire is you're retiring from work altogether. Resignation means that you're leaving your position, potentially with the hopes of going to a different position. I mean, maybe that's, you know, maybe he will look to get onto into a different company. But what company's going to want to take him with the baggage that he's got? You know? I don't know. I'm still trying to get my head around the fact that he's gone from WWE, to be honest. Without trying to figure out where he's going next. Okay, we've got R-Truth. This is going to be one of those. This is going to be one of those streams in it where we're distracted. I'm trying to watch a show and like, how are we going to do that? R-Truth's got a number. Does this mean I've got a quarantine? He wanted to know if that meant he had to quarantine. Thanks, Adam. Thanks, Adam. He's talking to Nick. Toodaloo. Truth is a national treasure. We just don't know which nation. That was a good line from Corey Graves. Truth's a national treasure. We just don't know the nation that is a national treasure for. That was a good line. R-Truth providing some much needed smiles. Distraction. Oh man, and these girls. I love this tune. I love R-Truth, says James. Bum, 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 bum. Right, we need to change this text on screen. Kabuki Warriors versus Kaden and Katana. Tag titles are on the line. We're here. We're going to get to people's thoughts. We are shocked. We are processing. Wow. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Okay, I need to end the poll before this one starts. But just saw the news and I instantly came here, said Wyatt. Yeah, we're shocked. We're shocked. We're trying to process it. I thought he would be suspended. That's all I can say. I'm not surprised that there's been some movement there. We're seeing sponsors refuse to be involved with WWE Slim Jim, right? There's a lawyer that's gone onto the YouTube channel for that Law and Order channel, who I think, you know, that video is quite small right now, but it's clear that there is stuff that's happening. And I'd imagine that they're probably even aware of more stuff that's on the way this weekend, right? So it's, how could he stay? How could he stay? He was always going to have to step away whilst this played out, right? And then obviously find out what the result is and deal with it accordingly. But for him to resign and be done and go, and he is gone from TKO, he is gone from WWE, it does bring me back to a point that I've made before. And I'm sorry to keep banging on about this point, but I will never understand. I will never be able to understand how the 3 million wasn't paid. There was a deal where she got 3 million and she moved on with her life, right? 3 million and she moved on with her life. Now, I don't know if what she went through is real or not real. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's not true. I ain't a judge, right? I'm not a judge. So I'm standing in the middle going, I don't know if it's real or not. But what I do know, factually, is she accepted 3 million. I'll take 3 million and I'll move on with my life, right? So if you're Vince McMahon, if you are Vince and you're a billionaire, you pay the 3 million, right? You pay the 3 million and none of this happens. None of this happens. None of this embarrassment. None of these details. None of this Slim Jim pulling out. None of this now having to resign. None of this would happen because she would have took the 3 million and she would have moved on with her life, right? How has that payment not been made? How has that money not been sent? How? I don't understand that. Don't understand. Did he forget? Was it a direct debit set up and it didn't go through? Like, how did that payment not go through? Apparently, she received 1 million, and it was on February of 2023 that she was meant to get another 500,000, and that payment wasn't received. That's what it says in the court listings, right? That payment of 500,000 didn't come through. So, but why didn't they just give her 3 million in one lump sum? Why? How? I don't understand. Look at what this is. Look at the fallout of this. Look at the fallout. It's staggering. And for 3 million, she agreed to move on with her life. That was deemed as acceptable compensation to sign the NDA, right? So again, I'm not even getting into whether it happened or not. I'm talking steps beyond that. I'm talking about, like, you know, there was an agreement beyond, you know, whether it actually happened or not. And so I just, how has this happened? I don't know. I really, really don't know. But either way, there was no way since it came out he could stick around. But for him to resign, wow. It's a complete break. It's completely gone. That's gone. Currently not coming back. He would have to be found. He'd have to be found innocent. You see, the thing is, he got back in before because it was his company. It's not his company now. So getting back in this time is not going to be as easy as it was last time. And also, he's going to have to be cleared of this, because if he's not cleared of this, sponsors and advertisers aren't going to want to touch them. We've already seen that with Slim Jim. I've got to be honest, I don't see a way back for him this time. I don't see him coming back this time. I think he's done. I think this is it. I think this is the end of Vince McMahon and WWE being together, which makes today one of the most historic, monumental days in the history of WWE. It makes this moment right now one of the biggest moments in WWE history. Unquestionably one of the biggest moments in WWE history. We always say, don't we, that, you know, when you're watching something, if something significant happens, you can tell if it's really significant if you ask yourself the question, can I tell the history of WWE without telling this? Can I tell the history of WWE? I'm not talking everything that's happened. I'm talking the big, you know, like the Montreal Screwjob, WrestleMania 3, the steroid trial, right? Can I tell the history of WWE without telling this moment? The answer for what's just happened is no, you cannot. You cannot tell the history of WWE without saying the moment that Vince McMahon resigned. If you want to put it into perspective, that's how monumental what's just happened is. It's unfathomably huge, massive, monstrous. So, still trying to process it, to be honest. Still trying to get a head around it. For a lot of us that have been watching wrestling for 30-odd years, we've only ever known Vince. So it's crazy. But understandable at the same time. As we said, the position was untenable. I just thought they'd suspend him rather than completely remove him. He's been forced out. Let's jot down these results. I want to get people's thoughts. I feel like I've done enough talking. It's a feeling I get often. Right, we've got Kabuki Warriors looking for the cover. 1, 2, and Katana makes the save. So, Kaden and Katana, women's tag championships on the line. It's a scream there by Kairi. I think she got it, and the remaining balance is not due to her, but the entirety suing for non-payment. Does that make sense? I think she got it. The remaining balance is not due to her. No, not quite, to be honest. Not quite. I don't know. That will forever be something that I will... maybe we'll get an answer. Maybe we'll get an answer. But I've said before, I often try to put myself in these people's situations. I don't know if everyone takes that approach, but I do try to do that so that I can get a well-rounded perspective. And if I put myself in Vince's position and I'm accused of something and I'm a billionaire and 3 million will make it go away, right? I know to many that's seen as an admission of guilt, but it might not be. 1, 2... double axe handle there. Why would I not just pay that money if the agreement has been reached? I would. If I've got that agreement, I would pay the money. I've got the money. I would pay the money. Right, all 4 women are down at the moment. We just had the cake stand. That's the one where Katana goes up in the air, spins round, bang, she comes crashing down. And it hurts inside. You can't even mention him as well these days. Oh, God. Here's Katana. Crossbody, down goes Kairi Sane. Kane in the corner, knee strike by Asuka. Oof. Okay, we've got Kairi and Katana on the outside of the ring. She's got her up. She's going to look to slam her down onto the commentary table. But in the ring, roll up by Kaden. 2, kick out by Asuka. Kaden in the middle of the ring. Asuka staring at her right now. Kaden with a kick. Asuka, kick to the midsection. Goes over to the corner. Oh, big kick. Grabs Kaden. Tag for Kairi. Kairi going up. Oh, this doesn't look good for the champs. Kabuki Warriors. Oh, elbow drop. 1, 2, 3. New Women's Tag Team Champions. The Kabuki Warriors have done it. Kabuki Warriors win. Wow. The Kabuki Warriors. That was a pretty fun contest, actually. I mean, obviously, we were trying to keep an eye on it as much as we could. We want to get your thoughts and your scores. And we'll be doing this, of course, for tomorrow. We are live tomorrow, and we are live early as well. If you've not left a like on the Rumble stream, leave a like on the Rumble stream. It's really appreciated. We are trying to get to 1,000. I feel like we could do it. I think we were sneaking up to 100, as we said earlier anyway. So, a great start. Feel sorry for Caden and Katana. I like them. I think a win here would have been huge for them. But either way, we have got new champions. We're backstage with Paul Heyman, Solo, and Jimmy. Fix can sound like solve. Solve can sound like fix. Please. Tonight. Fix the problem. Fix the problem and don't be merciful. Solo looks at the Samoan spike. That was scary. Do you know what's scary to me? Your cousin, Roman Reigns, went from big dog to tribal chief. He saw the moment and he seized it. Over on Monday Night Raw, there's a world heavyweight champion with one leg. You. So is Heyman saying win the Rumble to Jimmy? He is exactly saying that. Enter the Rumble. Face Seth. You need to beat Seth. Bring the World Heavyweight Championship to the Bloodline. Then Jimmy. You'll understand. Love this. Love this. Brilliant. I love how we're giving people story going into the Rumble, so you know what they're fighting for. Jimmy's going... If Jimmy was just to walk out at the Rumble, rightfully people would be like, okay, well, what's he going to do? Choose Roman? Right, go after Seth. Why does he want Seth's belt? But we're telling you why. Heyman has put that idea into his head. Heyman has just said to him, if you want to be like the next tribal chief, like, you need to step up. You need to deliver. Bring this belt to the Bloodline. It's brilliant. It's brilliant because now when he comes out, you're like, oh, yeah, he's got a mission. We know his mission. We know what he's trying to achieve. I don't think he'll win the Rumble, but then the fallout will also be very interesting. And, you know, you just plant those seeds for enough people like we've been doing. Cody, CM Punk, Gunther. Like, you just plant these seeds. Drew. Jimmy. And all of a sudden, you've got enough stories that are being told and clashing and weaving together that it's just going to make for a very, very satisfying, event. We've got Bibbs making his way down. So I thought this was a match, but actually it looks like it's going to be a confrontation. Bobby and the Prophets, still not being referred to as the Pride and Final Testament. Even on screen, look, Bobby Lashley and the Prophets. Still no mention of the Pride. Now they've got, now that they have all the gold, when do you think they turn on Bayley, said Macca? Well, I think that process had sort of already begun. I mean, I don't know that they will snap just yet. I think they will. I think she'll win the Rumble. She'll tell them she's going after Rhea. And then, you know, they'll start losing patience with her. She'll maybe, you know, botch or something, do something wrong. And they'll turn on her. And then she can use the fact she's won the Rumble to go after Io rather than go after Rhea. It wouldn't make much sense for her to be turned on just yet. I feel like the story we're going to tell is Bayley wins. She then goes after Rhea. We do a few segments where we're building towards that match, but Bayley gets abused and she turns her attention to Io instead. That's my prediction. Nothing more than a prediction. But you do need to remember I am super cute, and that might actually count for something. Don't know. Jay will get eliminated by MJF. Nick Khan is better than Tony Khan, said Zoom Station. Mitchell said, I've tweeted you Vince's response. Oh, okay. This is one of those where you go, oh, should I have waited? But you can't really wait, can you? Vince resigns. Did you tweet me the response? Vince statement. Okay. Wow. Vince McMahon's statement. I stand by my prior statement that Miss Grant's lawsuit is replete with lies, obscene, made-up instances that never occurred, and is a vindictive distortion of the truth. I intend to vigorously defend myself against these baseless accusations, and I look forward to clearing my name. However, out of respect for the WWE Universe, the extraordinary TKO business and its board members and shareholders, partners and constituents. Oof, that was a challenge. And all of the employees and superstars who helped make WWE into the global leader it is today, I have decided to resign from my executive chairmanship and the TKO board of directors, effective immediately. Wow. It's just heartbreaking, to be honest. Everything about it is just heartbreaking. There's nothing about this that isn't heartbreaking. From the accusations and the fact that they could be true, to the fact that he is saying that they are not true, to the fact that if they're not true, he has now been removed from his position. It's just horrible. It is just horrible. It's horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. There's nothing good here, anywhere. There is nothing. Really, it's just horrible. And there's not much more you can say than that. And I wish there was more words. I wish there was something more. Here's Bayley dancing her way backstage. She's bumped into Bianca. What you need to know is I'm about to become a 2-time Rumble winner. Okay, she's really getting in the tombola. These are big balls. stupid. Yeah, stupid is stupid. Everyone's out leaning in, having a little look. Oh. Thank you, Nick. Not massively pleased. So, Bailey not looking thrilled at the number that she's received. And Bailey, I think, would definitely have given it away there if she had a number that she could be, you know, excited about. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Tell you what just popped in my head. I thought, I wonder if Stephanie will come back now. But I don't think so, because I think there's people that blame her for not doing a more thorough investigation. But I did wonder if the stuff that she had seen, the accusations that she had seen, you know, for a daughter, that must have been horrific for her to have to see some of this stuff, you know, some of these accusations. And for her to step away, you know, now that her dad's gone, I wondered if she might return. But to be honest, as we said, I think there's people that blame her for not doing a more thorough investigation, even though Vince's lawyer is saying that they did approach this lady. They did, during the investigation, try to contact her. Again, one side said one thing, the other side is saying something different at the moment. Right, we've got Bobby in the ring. We've got the crowd chanting away. Bobby's going to bring out B, Brian Blair, and Jim Brunzell, and they will be 5 killer bees, and then they could be called the Hive. No more hiding. Come and get some. So they're calling out the final testament. Just waiting for them to make their presence felt. Okay, so all 5 have come out. We've got Carrion. We've got The End is Near. It's new music for Carrion. It says The Final Testament. I think there's a new logo as well. The logo, if that is what's on her chest, looks to be a white line with a cross coming across there, and then another one here. Down, across, cross. So that would be the T. That would be the F. Or that would be the F, I suppose. That looks to be a new logo. I don't know if they're going to use it. You're going to send your lady down here. They're standing in the entranceway, the Final Testament. You need to be careful. She's used fireballs before. Behold. Oh yeah, they've got the same logos. Mr. Ellerin speaks the truth. If I look at you 3, all I see is frustration and desperation. Tells the crowd to shut up after they start interrupting. I understand. You feel like things aren't going according to plan? Crowd are really booing now. You feel like you're not in control. And that's because you're not. You said we were meant to do it face to face. You're standing across from the prettiest face in the world. You're not getting your fight tonight. Okay. You said we're not fighting tonight, but oh yes we are. She grabs Bobby, jumps onto his back. Come on, Bobby, you can get rid of this woman. He does, but Carrion jumps in. Carrion hurls Bobby into the corner. Goes to the outsides. Now we've got the Authors of Pain coming in. Working away on the Profits. Boom. Power bomb. Look at the size of Akam and Razor. Bobby trying to get back in, but Akam and Razor unloading at the moment. Shots coming in. I think Razor is the slightly bigger one on the left. I think Akam's on the right. Bobby is down. Bobby down as they jump out the ring. Paul Ellering is pleased with what he's seen. And there is Scarlett jumping onto Carrion. The Final Testament. What do you think about the Final Testament? Don't vote, because the vote is still for the match. I need to end this. Is Jimmy then? Jimmy's going to look to get his number. All time 12. 7. Ooh. That was a well-received match, that. No yeets. Has everyone been sad? Bailey was sad. Jimmy was sad. Was Bianca seemed all right, didn't she? Is A-Town down? We want more Razor, said Lone Star Friend. Jay said, a proper heel faction who fans won't cheer. I like this. Carrion is a good heat magnet. Love the Final Testament, said AJG. AOP are some meaty boys, said Jess. Hulk Hogan in the Rumble, said AJG. Here's Austin Theory then. We are going to be moving on to our next match. This is going to be against Carmelo Hayes. It's going to be a rematch. So, Theory against Carmelo. Theory, Carmelo coming up next. Right, I feel like I need to do a quick video on the fact we got new tag champs. That does feel like news that shouldn't be ignored. I'll put it on the second channel because clearly the Vince situation is the talking point right now. Let's do this. I'll put it on the second channel and then I will get to the chats. It's not the greatest image, to be honest. Do you find this with... I don't get a chance to get screenshots. But do find that the images that are on social media are not always that strong. This is an example of an image that I don't think looks brilliant. I'm just looking to see if there's a better one. There is a different one, but I don't know that it's a better... Oh, that's better. Is that better? Oh, man, some of these images are really poor. That is not a great image, is it? But let's swap it over for this one, which I'm hoping is going to look a bit better. I don't even know if that does look better, you know. Part of the problem is I'm looking at this on a pretty big screen, so on a phone it might look a bit better. I don't know. It'll have to do. It'll have to do. I mean, that's good for them. Oh, but they're NXT titles. Oh my god, what a palaver. Big breaking news coming out of SmackDown. It is a show that's got quite a bit going for it, but one of the biggest talking points is this moment that you can see on screen. We have got brand new women's tag team champions. The Kabuki Warriors were able to get past Kaden and Katana tonight. Kaden and Katana, I think they were really growing into their role of being champions. They didn't have the belts that long. I do think it's a real shame that they couldn't have the titles a little bit longer, but clearly we've got other stories, other plans, and those plans involve the Kabuki Warriors being the women's tag team champions. So maybe we get the rematch at WrestleMania, or maybe we're going to do some multi-woman match, or maybe they've got other plans, but either way, we do have brand new women's tag team champions. Those titles changing hands tonight on SmackDown. I was really excited by that picture. That was doing the rounds on social media. I was like, oh, well done. Someone's got a lovely sharp image there. And then it turns out they're wearing NXT titles. And I was like, oh my God, can't use that. I wish there was a better way of getting screenshots. But damn it, I tried to remove that. Asuka moving closer and closer to kiss makeup each week, said David. It's a decent go home for a potentially huge Royal Rumble, said K-Dub. We just got an advert right now where we're looking at Love and WWE. The Bianca Montez TV series. Right, we're backstage with LA Knights. They're just talking about tomorrow and what's going to be on the Rumble cards. Why are there only about 10 balls in the roller when there's 30 numbers? Perhaps the others have already took their numbers. Forever Red said, are you in the Rumble tomorrow? I heard you could be number 29. I'd be number 69. But it doesn't go up that fast, so no, I'm not in the Rumble. It's very good at doing recap videos, said Andrew. Andrew, I appreciate the kind words, my friend. I always think about those people. The reason we do them is because there are people that are at work. There are people that are like in the community. I don't think we're really reaching people outside the community. Maybe we do sometimes. But I think by and large, there are people that are at work and there are other places that are not watching, not able to tune in this week. So I always like to get big moments out. Sometimes they go on the main channel. It depends how big the moment is. Sometimes they go out on the second channel. Because of the Vince news, this definitely goes onto the second channel. So it is worth just being aware of both channels. Content can go onto either of them. That second channel as well is where we do the votes for the shows after. So if you've engaged in any of those, you'll know where the videos go. We're just seeing footage of the attacks between Logan and Kevin at the Performance Center. Okay, we've got Austin Theory in the ring. And we'll be going to this match very, very soon. Logan is annoying. He makes me want to stop watching the show, said Jay Bryant. Days, I'm a big fan. I've watched for 6 years, but I don't comment much, says Anthony. Anthony, appreciate it, man. There's a lot of people, I think, that watch in the background. That's the silent majority. So, Anthony, welcome, but... Well, I say welcome. It sounds like you've been watching a long time anyway, but lovely to hear from you. I really appreciate it. Anyone that is watching silently or commenting away, it's all appreciated. We will have a spot or two where the Usos will join forces, said David. Here is the thing, said, could WWE induct Chris Benoit into the Hall of Fame to deflect from the Vince case? How would that even work? We're going to distract from the Vince situation by putting in someone that's just as controversial. Like, no. Colm said, here we go. It's Carmelo Hayes, the next megastar of the year. Hashtag Mello. It's Copia said hello from the background. Oh, I love it. It's great to hear from people in the background, isn't it? It's brilliant. Hello, it's Copia. Hope it's good back there. I hope you can see. In my mind, you're like trying to peer over the heads of people in the background. Hello back there near the bar. Hope you're doing well. That's where I would be, you know. When I was young and I went to gigs, I'd always be up the front. Always up the front. I was proper like, I need to get on stage. I was that mentality when I was young. I was like, if I was going out, I was going out. You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, let's go. I'm trying to get to the railing. I'm in the mosh pit. I'm like living my best life. And as you've done that a few times and you get older, your priorities change. And now if I was to go out, I'd be like, oh man, where's the bar? I'm going to stand by the bar. I don't have to keep like walking far to have drinks. I can still hear the band, you know? I can still hear the band. That's good enough for me. But I definitely need to be by the bar now I'm older. When I was younger, I was all about the energy and the passion of the music. Now I'm older and bitter. I'm all about the lager. And that's how I've managed to maintain this chiseled physique that you see in front of you. So yeah, a big shout out in my mind. I've got you standing by the bar. A wallflower. That's what they're called, isn't it? A wallflower. Yeah, I think I would be one of those now. I think it would depend, actually. But I think I'd be one of those. I don't know what happens to you when you get older. Something changes. You do just get a bit more boring, don't you? I think, like, the excitement of youth kind of diminishes once you've sort of done it. And you've got that experience. And so then you just prioritize alcohol, which, I don't know, maybe I should have done that from the start. Jason said WWE Raw is going to get 1 billion viewers on Netflix. I'm calling it now. Colm said Kevin Owens loves to eat summer rolls for lunch. I don't know what a summer roll is, to be perfectly truthful with you. A summer roll. Are you excited for the Summer Olympics, said Anthony? I am, but I'm also not. The reason why I say that is because I don't know how much of it I'm going to be able to enjoy and watch. I mean, I really am focused this year, maybe more so than any year, on trying to up the video game. You know, not video games, but the video game on the channel. Like, you know, trying to get more videos out, consistent videos out, good videos out, videos that are informative or entertaining. They're either going to give you some information that I think you need to know, or I'm going to try and entertain, you know. And with the LOL videos, I think you've seen I'm trying to do both. I'm trying to tell people about things they might not have seen, segments from the past they might not have seen or might have heard of, but don't know the detail behind, and trying to do it in as entertaining way as possible. So I'm really digging into that kind of stuff at the moment. I feel like we are very consistent with the streams. We kind of get the same amount of people joining us on a weekly basis, which is brilliant because undoubtedly people are going and coming all the time. There's movement in the community all the time. So the fact we've done this so long and we're so consistent is, I mean, thank you so much. I know I say thank you at the end of the streams. I probably don't say thanks enough during the streams, but yeah, that consistency is now, I think, allowing me to think, well, what else can I bring to the channel? So the Summer Olympics, we've covered it before, but as I said, it's such a big, 3-week thing that's all encompassing. I think I'd rather spend that 3 weeks trying to deliver better or more wrestling content. So I am excited. Love sports. I really do. I mean, we watched the Winter Olympics. In fact, the cricket, England will be playing in an hour and 30 minutes. We're getting battered, but I'll still have it on. We obviously did a whole football channel. Like, you know, I do really do love sports. So, yes. But how much I'll be able to watch, I'm not sure. I'd love to binge it. That was the great thing about doing it, is we could just live it, watch everything. We had like 2 screens going at the same time and really just got lost in it all. So yeah, I'd love to do that, but I'm not sure we'll be able to. Days, wonder how many people on a live stream still watch videos despite it already being what you've said. I do wonder that sometimes, and I really don't know. I don't think there's any way of knowing. I mean, what I do know is that we can do a live stream and get about 10,000 views. And if I do a video like what you've just seen, that might get 500 views, might get 1,000 views. Sometimes videos like that can get 2,000, 3,000 views, maybe 5,000 views sometimes. Depends what it is. Depends how big of a moment it is. But there have been times where, like, we'll do 10,000 views on a stream, and the quick little video you've seen will do 20% of all the views the stream did, which you can't turn that down, you know? If you think about how long we're streaming for, and then a video can just do, you know, so many views. That's why we sort of have to do them. Equally, there's clearly a demand. There's people that want to watch and don't know, and you know, are looking for that information. So I don't think people leave the streams to go and watch a video they've just seen. I think there could be some very supportive people of me and the channel that would be willing to do that to help out. But yeah, I don't know. That is the kind of thing I do wonder, but I don't have access to that information. There's no way of me really knowing unless we did a poll, you know. But either way, it's, you know, I hope people understand why we have to do those things. I try to not get them to interrupt too much. Austin Theory with a handful of tights. Did he get it? He did get it. So Theory with a handful of tights has just managed to get the pin on Carmelo Hayes. Now he's being attacked. Who's going to come down? Trick Williams, yeah! Whoop that trick! Whoop that trick! Oh, the crowd know! The crowd know! Whoop that trick! Do you know, we said that in an unseen video? In an unseen video, Trick Williams said, I've got your back, call me if you need me. And in an unseen video, we said, is this a seed for him to come and help Carmelo at some point? What you doing? I'm saving you. These two have got a very interesting relationship. Carmelo is the star, right? And he loves being the star. And Trick was always kind of by his side. But Trick now, you can see, look at the reaction he's getting. And Carmelo's really struggling. And Trick got attacked by someone. We don't know who it was. We think it was Carmelo, or Carmelo was involved. So there is a weird relationship. They're great friends, but there's something going on, and it feels like Carmelo versus Trick is a match we will get at some point this year. So, oh, God, love it. Yeah, man. We saw Elektra Lopez tonight. We've seen Trick Williams tonight. We've obviously got the new logo tonight for the Final Testament. That was pretty cool. The Vince news has really, I think, took people's focus away, and you can understand that. Final Testament. We're just having a look who's going to be in the Rumble. I want to show you this. There it is. We'll put this in the unseen video. Because this hasn't really been shown on the show. So we'll put it in the unseen video. The Final Testament, that's the logo. It's a weird, it's quite religious. It reminds me of the cross, and then it's just got that little extra bit there. It's like the cross, but better. And then right, we've got this shirt here. It says the end is near. Scorch. That's a cool shirt, isn't it, actually? The end is near. Scorch. The WWE logo. It's probably at the bottom, isn't it? I know it's got it on the inside, but I wonder if it's got the WWE logo anywhere. Yeah, so we'll include that in Lardo, carry on. We'll include that in the unseen video. He's asking, Corey Graves just said, the sky is the limit. Mummy knows best. People are... Why are we stepping up to this guy? Yeah, this guy. I'm respectful. Do you know what? Respect. Respect. I am so tired of these celebrities coming in and stepping up to wrestlers, right? And us having to just accept that. Wrestlers are meant to be highly trained, best of the best in the world. These are superstars, right? We know they go through NXT. We know the amount of training that they get. The fact that a singer can come in and just step up to a wrestler makes me want to be physically sick. So the fact that he has just stood there and gone, listen, I'm respectful. And he's kind of got his head down. Solo's kind of like staring at this guy. And this dude's just sort of standing there acting quite timid. Actually doing a bit of selling for a wrestler, right? Putting over a wrestler. Making a wrestler actually look like he's intimidating him. Do you know what? I'm a fan. Sign me up. I'll buy his album. I'll buy his album. I knew I liked this guy. As soon as he came out and he looked like top dollar, I was like, I like this guy. Respect. That's how you win my heart. Come into wrestling and show respect to the wrestlers, pay your dues to the wrestlers, you know? Don't do what Bad Bunny did, come in and start hitting flipping destroyers and then beat Damian Priest in a street fight. God damn it. Unbelievable. Hey, Mummy knows best. What's this? Ripley sets the record straight about JD McDonough in the Judgment Day. Okay, I'll have to have a look at that. People tagging me in bits, which I really, really appreciate. Because, as we said, we will... Sasha is coming back. I saw a rumor going around, said Owen. Right, I've got so much stuff coming in. King Yeti, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Dropping in 10 memberships. Really appreciate it. And King Yeti says, yeah. Are you with LA Knight for now, tomorrow, forever? Then, now, forever? God bless. King Yeti, appreciate the support, my friend, and appreciate all the memberships as well. It is quite the evening, man. I mean, I don't know if you've just rocked up or joined us or if you've been with us throughout the night, but obviously the big news that's coming in is... well, actually, we got another bit of news here. So this, according to Johnny tagging us in. Hang on, where are we up to speed? Have I gone past things? Here. PW Insider are saying that Okada nor Mercedes are scheduled for the Royal Rumble. That was 6 hours. I didn't see this, actually. So PW Insider saying Okada and Sasha not expected or currently not scheduled to be involved at the Rumble. Hey, look what's trending as well. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Let's go. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Right. Heard that the network is going away. Yes, it will be because of everything going to Netflix. Oh man, do you know what? People are tagging me in so much stuff right now that I have not had a chance to catch up. I'm really behind. That's going to be a nightmare to have to try and go through. But a good nightmare because you are doing everything I've asked, which is tag me and stuff, because I think it'll make the unseen videos better. So it's really appreciated. Can I just say as well, this is another example. The King Yeti very kind donation that he's just sent through is not showing on my feeds. I mean, I know you don't really care. But look, there's the list. Oh, it's all see-through. I've got a list anyway of things. And this orange one, which would show there, it's not showing. It's not showing. It's not there. There is a problem with the super chats at the moment. For some reason, they're not going into this bit here. It looks like the $2, $4 ones are. But this $20 one is not gone into my feed, which is mental. Right. Elliot. Under the terms of the merger, TKO couldn't sack or suspend Vince. He could only resign or pass away. This show feels like a rewrite. It's quite strange pacing, said Elliot. Under the terms, he couldn't be suspended. I find that hard to believe. I think that if you're telling me this, it must have been reported somewhere. But if he and they agreed it was the right thing to do, it's hard to think that they wouldn't do it if they agreed it was the right thing to do. I mean, if you're telling me that's what it was, then okay, I'm believing. But it's a hard thing to believe because why take the option off the table if you don't have to take the option off the table? So if it's in Vince's interest to be suspended, and if it's in TKO's interest to try and keep him around, you know, they said when they took over they wanted him around. It could be a load of rubbish, but they did say in the interview we want him because his ability to see what's coming down the road has been proven time and time again. And that is true of WrestleMania, and that is true of taking WWE International rather than it being a territory, and that is true of the WWE Network as well. So it is true that he does have, or has had, the ability to show at times that he is ahead of the curve in this industry. So if he was innocent, and again, it's a big if, right? People are getting their knickers in a twist here. We're not saying he's innocent, we're saying if. Then you would think that TKO would want to be able to bring him back, but I suppose in a way they still could. They still could bring him back. This resignation means they can always rehire him. But I don't know how this case is going to go. I have no idea how this case is going to go. I have no idea what the outcome's going to be. He seems very confident at the moment in that he will be able to clear his name. But, you know, I have no idea how that's going to go, if that's going to be possible. But that's very interesting, Elliot, that there's word doing the rounds that they couldn't suspend him. I think that's very interesting. James said, happy Rumble Eve. This is as good a time as any to send some extra support. Thank you for everything you do. Hearts from Philly. James, shout out to you. I really appreciate that, man. Really, really do. That's very kind. Yeah, well, Rumble Eve. I think this is a show that... it's a weird show, this, because I don't think on paper it has been a show that has had really the star power to grab people's attention. You know, there's no Roman here, for example, and there's no, like, John Cena, there's no CM Punk, there's no Cody Rhodes. We don't have anything like that. There's no Logan on this show. You know, there's a lot of people missing. So, you know, there's no Charlotte, there's no Bianca, there's no... I mean, we did have Asuka, I suppose, but that was in the women's tag division. We got LA Knight, Solo. I don't know, if you look at, like, CM Punk, Cody, Rhea Ripley, if you look at what they've got on Raw, this show doesn't feel like it's quite at that level tonight. So I'd say there's a bit of star power that's missing. Randy opened the show, though. Do have to give it that. But it's been eventful, man. They have definitely, you know, Trick being on the show, Ava being backstage, Elektra being on the show, Final Testament showing off their new logo, I thought was interesting. New women's tag champs is interesting. Seeing reaction to numbers being pulled out of the tombola, that is interesting. There's lots of stuff here that is interesting. Lot of stuff here which I think is yeah, interesting. Let's put it that way. Interesting that they are doing and trying to make it an eventful show. But I mean, it's true, innit? Everyone's waiting for tomorrow. Everyone's excited for what's coming up. Defcon Prime said, officially, unofficially, McMahon just bought the UWF. Defcon, shout out to you. King Yeti, shout out to you. I think we're up to date with those super chats. We need to end this poll because people will get confused and they'll think it's this match, but it wasn't this match. It's the Carmelo and Trick match. So that gives us a 9, 7, 26 and a 56. Lovely. Now we've got LA Knight against Solo in our main event. So we'll have one more poll that will go up and we'll do the show scores over on the other channel. Right, Wrestle with Andy said the World Bodybuilding Federation will return now. Maka said if Santa doesn't show up later on AEW, Sasha, or tomorrow, I feel confident she'll be in the Rumble. They did the same with Punk, saying that talks had broken down. Trina said, apparently for Okada, I read somewhere that contractually he doesn't technically finish until the 31st of January, so he couldn't be in the Rumble, but we could see him after the 31st if he is WWE bound. William said, Days, Sonny had a sex dream about you. There has been a lot of talk of vaginas over on the Wrestling Escape Pod because of the DMs that I've received. So it was probably based on that, I would imagine. At least Vince has mature toys. He named Andre the Giant and the Tribal Chief to keep him warm at night, said A. Jobson. Fred said, does anyone know the allegations against Chris Jericho? Well, the only one that I've seen, and Nick Holzman kind of indicated there was more, the only one that I saw was that he summoned Kylie Ray to his locker room and kind of hit on her. And, I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of that, to be honest. I don't know if that happened. Obviously, only he and her know. She did heart that message, which obviously was kind of her confirming that had happened, or it felt that way. You wouldn't really leave a heart emoji on something you didn't agree with. So, you know, that was a big indicator that this had occurred and that she was hearting what was being said. So I've only ever seen that one. Nick Holzman sort of teased that there was more, though. Nick Holzman sort of made out that there was more to this story, so... he wanted to put her in the walls of Jericho, said Kervin. The stupid crowd is chanting for tables. It's not a no DQ match, these idiots. Good thing they sent The Rock's daughter to save SmackDown, said Justin. Epic Scene said, I want to see Nikita Lyons and Mandy Rose at the Royal Rumble. Alan said, do you think there are plans for Shinsuke at WrestleMania? Yes, I do. I definitely do. Simple said, I've got a question. What food do you eat when you stream? I don't eat when I stream. I have had snacks rarely in the past. But to be honest, I think we do a pretty good job of just talking. I mean, the only times I've been quiet really is when I'm just trying to see what I'm being sent on Twitter. And just kind of quickly trying to read any information that's coming through. And obviously, there's been some big information that's come through during the stream. So, yeah, I don't really have time to sit here and eat. I think we're pretty good at, like, non-stop, you know? Non-stop party shop, that's what we are. Not many people are on the men and women's Rumble posters. Lots of surprises tomorrow, says Matthew. We need an NDA on a pole match, said TJ. Zokiller said most men act like women in 2024. Thoughts, y'all? Well, I don't think Solo is. Solo is being smashed into a commentary table at the moment by LA Knight. Oh, and a big knee by LA Knight as well. This makes me wonder now is why Kevin Dunn resigned, said Defcon Prime. AJ has got himself involved. AJ Styles interferes. So AJ Styles interfering, grabbing LA Knight, yeah, hurling him into the ring steps. LA Knight goes down, so we can do the poll. Disappointing ending to this match, and not the longest of matches. AJ is stripping the table, but Jimmy Uso has got a chair. He looks at AJ. I don't know what's going down here. We've got these two staring at each other. There is a standoff, but it's allowing... He gives AJ the chair so that he can use it on LA Knight. Jimmy says, go ahead, dog. Do what you've got to do. Crowd were chanting for Randy. Go ahead, dog. Do what you've got to do. Loud Randy chants again. Solo. Take care of it. Or I'll take care of you. Wowzers. Oh, chair to the midsection. AJ, boom. There was a theory that did the rounds that after this we could get AJ and OC against Bloodline after WrestleMania, or maybe even in the builds. Oh, here's Randy. Well, he had a choice there. He could have gone in a few different directions. Orton has come in. He knocks AJ to the outsides. Power slam there by Randy. Randy over by the ropes. He gets dragged out the ring by Solo. Randy gets hurled into the commentary table. Delwyn, shout out to you, my friends. Elbows coming in by Randy. Solo gets dropped onto the commentary table. Randy taking off his t-shirt slowly, throwing it into the crowds. Delwyn said, in my opinion, this isn't shocking news at all. The Vince stuff has been so long now. TKO aren't happy to see when they and WWE lose big sponsors today. Nick Khan, what a man. He has done the right thing to remove him. It's all over. There is a lot to unpick with that comment, Delwyn. AJ jumps over Randy. Randy, kick to the midsection. AJ goes to the outsides. Looking for a drape DDT. Bang, connects. Randy with a drape DDT to AJ Styles. So AJ is over by the ropes. He's up on his feet. RKO there by Randy. It only takes one. An RKO connects. Randy. Owen, shout out to you. Do you think Owen Sanchez? Johnny said, do you think we get AJ Lee tomorrow? I think so. RKO at the end. That was a long-ass match, said Jonathan. Well, the match ended a bit early. It was the aftermath that's kind of ate a fair bit of time. So Randy goes over to the corner, poses away. And I think things are... Oh, LA Knight! Blunt force trauma. See, you can't take your attention away. Even though they're playing the music and Michael Cole's doing what seems to be the wrap-up. LA Knight with blunt force trauma planting Randy Orton. Boom. Boom. So yeah, that is SmackDown, and it was quite eventful, to be honest. We need to go over, right? Oh, man, there's so much I need to do. Let's go over and get the poll up first, right? Let's do that. So we will go over to the Wrestling Days Clips channel, the channel that I just put that Kabuki Warriors video up. Which has got 57 views. Probably was a bit late, to be honest. Let's go over to the community tab. So here you can see the score for NXT. So the NXT score was 55% good. We always add the scores above. So that would be 65 to add the 10. Add the 27. That would be 92. Yeah. So, okay. We are not going to add that in right now. I will add it in another time. We've got too much going on right now. What we need to do right now is create the poll so that you can vote on the score for this SmackDown. So, what did you score SmackDown? What did you score SmackDown? Did you think it was a 5? Did you think it was a 4? Did you think it was a 3? Did you think it was 2? Did you think it was a 1? A 1 is bad. A 3 is good. A 4 is great. A 5 is all time. Okay, so you can now go over to the Wrestling Days Clips channel. Click on Community. With the tabs at the top, and you will be able to see where you can vote. So if you vote over there, as you can see, all the other shows that we've been scoring, they all live over there. We are capturing this data. We are putting it into a list, and we're keeping tabs. We're keeping tabs on all of this information. So lovely, done that. Job done. Tick. Next, I wanted to just touch on what Delwyn had to say, because there's some stuff in there I thought was interesting. There's some stuff that it struck me as a little bit off. So, right, Delwyn said, I don't think this is shocking news. The Vince stuff has been going on for so long now. Okay, what I would say about that is there was no indication that they were going to get rid of Vince until about 48 hours ago when all of this exploded with detail, right? Basically, if those payments had been made, then the agreement they had with her would have been honored. She would have moved on with her life and had, you know, 3 million in compensation. Vince and TKO would have moved on with their life. So this, it's been happening for a long time thing, I suppose in a way isn't wrong, because this does go back to something that happened in 2022, but it's only really what's happened over the last 48 hours that's resulted in us getting where we are now. So there's a bit of truth in that. There's a little bit that I think probably needs a bit more context adding to it. But yeah, I thought suspension, but as we saw earlier, apparently suspension wasn't an option. TKO aren't happy at all. True. To see now WWE losing big sponsors. True. But again, that only happened 5 hours ago, right? Nick Khan, what a man he's done. His right to remove him, not his call. It's all over. So Nick Khan is CEO of WWE. He is not above Vince. He's CEO of WWE. TKO is the company that is above WWE. They are the company that look after WWE. Vince was at that level, right? Vince was above the WWE level. So it's not Nick Khan that can get credit for this or can be responsible for this. This will have come from pressure from Ari Emanuel. Ari Emanuel is the guy that is the CEO of Endeavor, I believe, the CEO of TKO as well. And to be honest, there's not many people that can get rid of Vince. He's pretty high up. I think if the board voted, that would get rid of him. If there was a no confidence vote from the board, and Ari Emanuel can outright get rid of him as well. So it's going to have happened at that level. So this is above Nick Khan, to be honest. The only reason I'm kind of going into the detail on that is because, well, you know, let's just try and get onto the same page. Let's be on the same page. This is serious stuff. And there's going to be a lot of stuff circulating around. There's going to be a lot of information doing the rounds. Some of it real, some of it like made up. You know, there's you can imagine the amount of people trying to get likes and clicks and views and everything at the moment. I mean, every wrestling channel on the planet, you know, be it one that puts out videos, one that puts out podcasts, one that puts out TikToks, one that puts out Instagram posts, one that puts out tweets. Everyone's going to be talking about this. As we said, I think to put this into perspective, you cannot tell the history of WWE without saying what has just happened today. And Vince being removed from the company. You can't tell the story of WWE. So it's massive. It's absolutely huge. It is absolutely monumental. So I don't think the repercussions of this will quite be understood in the short term. I think that, you know, Triple H had started to mold what we saw on TV into his vision anyway. I think we were in the process of seeing things go in a different direction from Vince slowly anyway. So I don't expect there to be like seismic changes to what we're seeing on camera. But Vince was everywhere. I mean, Vince was, you know, a workaholic, wasn't he? He was someone that was just absolutely non-stop. He was someone that you would hear all the time, had his finger in a lot of different departments and pies, and was spinning a lot of different plates. And he wasn't just someone that did creative. He was everywhere, having meetings everywhere, doing everything, like famously going to the gym at 3 a.m, working out, going to sleep, up at 6, full day again. You know, the stories of him having like half an hour power naps on like the WWE bus with Bruce Pritchard, because they were so like, you know, drained that they'd just have half an hour and then boom, right back at it again. And it was just non-stop. So his fingerprints are everywhere. The only thing I'd say, though, is we have moved to a different headquarters. We have got rid of quite a lot of backstage personnel. He has been removed from creative. He's not around backstage at Raw or anything anymore. You know, I think we were in the process of getting rid of him anyway, in the sense of, like, really moving him away from the day-to-day. But, yeah, I mean, it's unfathomable, isn't it? It's unfathomable. Unfathomable to get your head around a WWE without Vince McMahon involved. Defcon Prime said it makes me wonder why Kevin Dunn left. Yeah, can I just say, Delwyn's, I know I keep banging on about this, Delwyn's message, $20 message, has shown in the super chat thing. King Yedis has now gone in as well, so I just don't know what's happening with this. I am worried that there are super chats that are slipping by. I'm worried that this is not everything. And obviously I just don't get a chance to get to them at the time, so I don't know. Hopefully I've got them all, but there may be an issue with YouTube. Right, let's end this poll. Let's go into the chat. We're going to stick around for just a few more minutes. Obviously, I need to do the unseen video, but I appreciate my attention has been a little all over the road with everything that's gone down. Right, I stopped watching WWE because of Vince. I won't lose any sleep of him resigning. I'm glad, said Stuttering Steve. Owen said Vince is gone. It's we have been getting some horrible lag, haven't we? It seems to keep dropping out, and I don't know why. Very frustrating. Wow, it doesn't matter, but it's come back. Johnny said, will Vince be given the Benoit treatment? Well, I don't know, to be honest. I mean, the Benoit situation's a very different situation. So, you know, the Benoit situation is he wasn't alive to explain himself or defend himself or give his side of things, but everything about it looked like he was the guilty person that had killed his wife, killed his son, took his own life as well. There are conspiracy theorists out there that believe that it was a setup, right? But there's no evidence to support a setup, right? That there's no way of saying that it was a setup, right? So everything at the moment points towards it being Chris. So, I mean, I'm under the belief it was Chris. I know Paul Heyman, famously with that clip that's done the rounds, believes it's Chris. But yeah, I mean, look, there are conspiracy theorists with nothing but theories that it was set up. But this is a very, I mean, massively different situation. So I would hope, my hope is that this is going to go to court, and that the case is going to be heard, and both sides will get their say, and an investigation, full hearing is done, and then a judgment is reached. And my hope is that whatever comes of that judgment is is how both parties are treated. That's, you know, I've made my position very clear. I won't move from it. I won't be pressured into moving from it. I am in the middle, which I really, really do not think is a bad place to be standing. I really don't think. I think it's absolutely fine in this case to say, I don't know who's innocent, who's guilty, and what's going on. I don't know. I was not there. I only have the stuff that you lot are seeing as well. So that's my stance on it. I'm not saying anything other than that. I don't know. I don't know if he's guilty. I don't know if he's not guilty. I don't know. I just hope that there's a hearing and we can establish the truth. I would hope that we can get to that, and have to put hope and faith in that we do. Ghost WWE said CM Punk is deft winning the Rumble. Roman is retaining tomorrow and saving the title match for WrestleMania. Zoom Station said Vince threw it all away. Stand and Fight said, I think Vince will come back. I mean, it is Vince. He always comes back. Vaughn said, did you hear the crowd reaction Yeah, man, Trick was over. And you know what? It was a surprise because Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa, they were two of the biggest ever stars in NXT. The reaction they get when they come out is crickets. It's very quiet. They do not get reactions like those worthy of people that are regarded as goats of NXT. I mean, I do regard Johnny and Tommaso as goats of NXT. Their feud against each other is one of the biggest feuds in NXT history. Tommaso's held the NXT Championship. Johnny has held the NXT Championship. Johnny has also had probably more bangers than anyone else in NXT history. If you look at like his matches with Tommaso, his matches with Adam Cole, his match with Andrade in particular, I feel like he's got to be there or thereabouts for most banging matches. Like, so they get very little reaction. So I was very surprised that Trick Williams came out and got the reaction that he got, but I'm very excited about that as well, because that means that some way, somehow, what they're doing with him is working, and it is getting through to that main roster crowd. And it wasn't even that they didn't know him, because there was chance of whoop that Trick. The only thing is this a smarter crowd than usual? Because have a lot of people that are really into WWE flown in to go to the Rumble? I mean, look, Trinidad Flag guy was right there front and center. He's not at every show. You know, this is a crowd of potentially die-hard fans, the kind of fans that would watch NXT on a regular basis. I wonder if that's why they chose this show to have Elektra Lopez on, to have Trick Williams on, to have Ava backstage. I wonder if that's why. Because any show that's going to be around a big pay-per-view is going to attract big WWE fans. So, yeah, I wonder if that's why it happened, but it was brilliant to see. I would question if we went to a normal town during a normal SmackDown if they would react the same way, but I'll take what we got anyway. Triple H has made WWE, said Matthew, great again. Last 2 years have been great. Alvin said, how would you react if Bad Bunny beat Shinsuke at WrestleMania in 30 seconds? I would be very disappointed. I would be very sad. I just think that I think you can maybe get away with him in a tag match. If you really have to have him wrestle, have him tag in, do a little summer, maybe start losing the match because clearly he's not on their level, and quickly try and tag back out again. But him going in and smashing Shinsuke in like 30 seconds, I mean, I don't think I'd be alone in hating that, to be honest. Lesnar is training Maya for the Olympics and farming. He'll be back when all this clears, said PJ. Adam said CJ Punk surprised Cora Jade. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, they went round with JC and Roxanne to visit her. This is a big stain on the business, says K-pop lover. Alex said, did you see Vince resigned? Check it out. I saw, but according to the Wrestling Days YouTube page. Yeah, I did the video, obviously, you saw. And so we did that as a video, and then about, was it 15 minutes or so later, Vince put a statement out. And it's one of those, I mean, you can't really wait to see if he's going to put a statement out, because he may not have, but he did. So I did get the statement, and I did put that out on the community tab on the channel. Yes. LA Knights ain't intense or serious in my opinion, says OM. K-pop lover said put Vince and Brock in the alumni section. James said people are calling Punk creepy because he went to see Cora and Roxanne. I don't think that's creepy. I think he went to see Cora JC and Roxanne kind of came along to, like, I don't know, perhaps they were going anyway, and he joined up with them. Don't know. I mean, he seems really into helping people. Like, he seems to genuinely want to be involved with NXT. I mean, I don't know if this is him trying to rehabilitate his image. For anyone that thinks he's, you know, he was selfish and all that kind of stuff, or if this is him genuinely just loving, you know, I mean, the thing with NXT is those people know their position in the company. There's no a mindset that I'm, you know, at this level or that level. No, you're in NXT. You're in NXT. You're in the developmental brand. Granted, you might all be there for different reasons. You know, you wouldn't treat Baron Corbin the same way you would treat Carmen Petrovic, right? But, you know, your Coras, your Roxannes, your Jaces, your Gigi's, your Oberfemis, your Bron Breakers even. Like, they haven't got going on the main roster yet. So, you know, there's no... what's that of grandeur? There's something of grandeur that they, you know, they don't think bigger of themselves than they are. The point I'm making is that in AEW, because we don't have a developmental in AEW, there are people on Dynamite that would be in an AEW equivalent to NXT, but they're currently on Dynamite. So, you know, they're currently like having to learn on the job. And I would question and wonder if those people are given the space, are being given the room to appreciate having like the advice provided from... They're probably under so much pressure because they're doing it and they're doing it now. Like, it's all well and good getting advice, but... You know, the advice they're getting is probably after they've done something wrong. So they've probably gone out on Dynamite, done a few things wrong, now coming back, and they're like, yeah, listen, I wouldn't have done that and that and that. I would have done this, this, and this. And to be honest, that's probably quite frustrating because you don't want to let yourself down, let other people down, let the company down. You want to be doing the best, and you want to be, like, you know, you want everyone to be impressed with you. So if there is any conversations backstage of like, I wouldn't have done this, I wouldn't have done that, I don't think this was good, I could imagine that being demoralizing. I could imagine that being like, you know, do you know what? I'm just going to do me. I'm going to just, you know, I could understand that mentality because they've got no room to make mistakes. If they make mistakes on Dynamite, it'd be like making mistakes on Raw and making mistakes on SmackDown. But you see, with NXT, it's developmental. And mistakes, I think, are allowed there. People are all at different levels of their progress. If you make something wrong, if you do something wrong, first of all, it's only on NXT. It's a much smaller show. It's known as developmental, so I think there's a bit more leeway there. And, you know, when you go up to the main roster, you're sort of getting relaunched. You get a refresh. You get introduced to a load of people that don't watch NXT. And a lot of people don't. You know, for example, NXT will get 600,000 views. SmackDown gets 2.2 million. That's a big difference. So, and if that's the same all over the world, that's a big difference. So, and again, with the WrestleMania, there'll be a load of people that just don't watch anything that come in just for WrestleMania. So I sort of feel like there you've got more room to breathe. I think he's loving working with that talent. I think that talent is probably more open and susceptible to receiving this information. I think they're probably more willing and able to receive this information because the pressure is not on them as great as it is a Garcia, a Julia Hart, you know, a Lee Moriarty. These people that if AEW had developmental, Daniel Garcia, Julia Hart, Lee Moriarty, who else is around? Maybe Sky Blue, maybe. I'm trying to think who else there is male-wise. There's Dante. Dante Martin, him as well. Like, these are the sort of names I think would be around their version of an NXT. But they've got to do it on Collision. They've just got to go on Dynamite. And I really do question when it comes to AEW, how are these people improving? What training do they receive? Apparently the training is like Dustin Rhodes Academy and the Nightmare Factory. But I don't even know if the Nightmare Factory is connected anymore now that QT is gone and Cody's gone. So I don't know what the relationship is there. I don't know of an in-house training program. There very well could be. I'm not saying there isn't. There very well could be. But I think it's a very different setup to WWE. Clearly, it's a very different setup. So, yeah, I don't think he's a creep. I just think he's loving the ability to go to a load of people that have got time, space, and are willing to learn in comparison to how I would imagine it is in AEW. I would think in AEW it's a very different place. And you hear a lot of the kids. Do you know, the other thing as well is, think about this. If you are a wrestler and you get hired by AEW and you get dropped onto Dynamite, that's the show, right? In many ways, they're saying to you, you know, here's your chance. We're going to give you a good wage. We're going to put you on Dynamite. We're going to put you in storylines. Go, right? In that regard, I could understand people not wanting to seem like they're out their depth. I could understand people wanting to be like, yeah, I can do this. Are you sure you've got this? I've got this. Yeah, I can do this. Inside, they're probably thinking, but out externally, they're like, no. I appreciate the opportunity. You can just keep throwing it at me. I can carry this ball. I've got this. But inside, they're probably like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Whereas over in WWE, by the time you get to Raw or you get to SmackDown, you've been trained through the NXT system. I mean, I'm sure inside they're still going. I'm sure Trick was going, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. But he could carry it. He could carry it. He's had years of training with NXT. So he could cope. So again, how much do the stars in AEW want to be seen to be weak? How much do they want to be seen to be out their depth? You know, would it be a bad reflection if they kept asking questions? Would someone go, is this person right for this level? You know, would that question get asked? There's a whole mindset there, which I think is really interesting. Really, really interesting as to why he might be enjoying being in NXT so much. Because all you keep hearing is how no one asks for help in AEW. That's all you keep hearing. PJ said Cody booked to win the Rumble. Otherwise, it wouldn't make any sense for them to promote finishing the story in 2K24 if you think about it. Celtic Q8 said, when do you think Sheamus will return? He could return tomorrow. Watson said, I really think it should be Cena and Orton at Mania. The two biggest stars of the last 2 decades have their last match at WrestleMania 40, a perfect send-off for both. Von said, do you think Bayley babyface turn is coming? I do. Yes, I do. Jim said AEW should bring back Dark and make it their developmental. Yeah. I don't disagree. I think the problem they had was they weren't getting the views to justify, you know, I'm sure AEW was paying for the travel and putting people up and the venue, and the views on YouTube were very low. So, but then saying that Dark was not seen really as a brand, it was just seen as additional content. If you didn't watch it, it meant nothing. Or at least that was my interpretation. It didn't mean anything. If you missed it, you know, you missed some matches, which didn't have any bearing on really anything of any significance. But if it was its own brand, if like to watch Julia Hart, you had to watch Dark. To watch Sky Blue, to watch Dante, to watch Garcia, to watch, I don't know, Gravity? Is that someone? That's a name that comes to mind. You know, to watch these talents that maybe are still haven't fulfilled their potential. Let's put it that way. They're still works in progress. If you had to watch Dark to watch those, I'm sure the views would have been much, much better. And then, you know, just get some trainers in there to really work all week with them. But just copy NXT. Simple as that. You know, you just keep them in that one location. Occasionally, you can bring them to Dynamite. You know, just as we do with people like Carmelo popping up and whatever. You know, we have the occasional NXT star pop up on the main roster. You could absolutely do that still. But yeah, I think you can say that WWE have done a lot wrong and, you know, took a few missteps here and there maybe. But I don't think anyone would say the Performance Center was a misstep. I don't think anyone would argue the Performance Center has not been a fantastic addition. So, yeah, I think that that's a good shout. Bring back Dark. What number will Sheamus enter tomorrow? No idea. No idea. They haven't announced many. They haven't announced many numbers, have they? Many people that are in, so there's a lot of free slots. Someone just said something about Corey. There, Maka said, did you see the Sasha reference? Corey said, sky's the limit, which is Sasha's theme. He did the same with Punk. Yes, the only thing I would say is that he didn't know that Punk was coming. So I think what that says to me is that he does this to get people talking. I think Corey is very clever in the sense of he knows the power that he's got on commentary. You know, if what Triple H and CM Punk tell us is true, then no one knew that CM Punk was coming in. You know, no one knew he was coming in. The wrestlers only found out just before they walked out for their match. So that would mean that Corey didn't know. So if Corey didn't know, then the references that he put in was nothing more than either coincidences or more likely him having a bit of fun himself, because Corey sees what's on Twitter. Corey isn't stupid. He sees what everyone's speculating about and talking about. So if he's thrown in sky's the limit at some point and that's been picked up on, it could be a coincidence. It could be Corey being Corey. Or yeah, it could be a reference. It could be that they've said put it in. But the word on the street right now is and has been for quite some time that she is not coming in. But again, you know, rightfully, people are going to turn around and go, CM Punk. And you would be right. You would be right. There's only one way to find out. And that is tune in tomorrow for the Royal Rumble. Can you stream for 10 hours tomorrow and we could still be there? Could I stream for 10 hours tomorrow and we could still be there? In my mind then you were saying that the Rumble stream starts in 10 hours and I was like, does it? Does it really? Probably not. Probably, I don't know. We start at 9. Kickoff show starts at 12. There's 3 hours. Kickoff show's an hour, so that's 4 hours. The Rumble show will be about 3 hours. Maybe a little longer, 3.5. So we'll be clocking in 7.5 hours, coming up to 8 hours. So I don't think we'll be able to do 10 hours, but I think we'll be clocking in at about 8 tomorrow. It's a long stream. I mean, get your sleep, get your snacks. If you've not left a like as well, leave a like. It's greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. It really is appreciated. If you've not left a like on that Rumble stream, we're trying to get to 1,000. Last time we checked, it was just coming up to 100 likes. But if we could get that higher, you know, 1,000. If we can get to 1,000, that would be awesome. I don't know. I just don't know what to expect with that stream tomorrow because we're just going to have fun. That's what we're going to do. We're going to have fun. We're going to talk honestly. We're going to have fun. We're going to throw ideas and theories around. And what will be, will be. Yeah. It's a big stream, man. It's one of the biggest wrestling shows of the year. It's a massive, massive stream. So it's a big one. It's an important one. And I hope to see you there. Any more questions you've got? Save them. We will be back hours before the kickoff show. We're back, baby. I'm going to go off and do the unseen video. Looks like there's quite a bit of news doing the rounds, isn't there? So it might take a while. I probably should have gone about 15 minutes ago, but you know me, I love talking. Thanks so much for joining us. And, you know, I think we're really tackling some big topics at the moment. Like, these are not easy conversations to have. I think they do take a little bit of extra care. I think that it's very easy for the wrong message to be sent, or the wrong interpretation to be sent out. So I suppose, like, the last thing I want to end on is just reiterate, you know, where I stand, and that is in the middle. I'm neutral. I am Switzerland. That's the way that you can think of me. I am observing what's happening and watching this thing unfold. And, you know, we're seeing both sides come out with stuff now. So to me, I think it's very interesting, because this feels like the whole thing's going to play out in the public eye. There's a whole video to go and watch, as we said. Thanks to Cal giving us that news over on the Law and Order channel. So there's a whole video over there that's going to obviously give more of her side of things. But now that Vince has resigned, I don't know what his strategy is going to be. I don't know if he's going to be quite open to the public and, you know, putting stuff out there. Clearly that was quite a long message that he put out from a resignation point of view. Again, reiterating the statement that he had made before, that he claims these are all made up lies, fabrications, exaggerations, malicious. You know, these are the kind of words that he was using in his statement. So yeah, for me, I'm Switzerland. I am neutral. I am observing. We're asking some questions. I think there's some stuff here that should be questioned. There's some stuff here which I think is not adding up, which, you know, we've asked a few questions about. But let's see how this thing plays out. However we look at it, whatever we say, it doesn't change the fact this is a monumental day, a history-making day in the history of WWE. And, well, it'll be interesting to see the fallout of it. So thanks a lot for joining us. Appreciate the support as always. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.